All right, I think we're live. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. If anyone in the chat can hear me, just push one. All right, thank you for the confirmation. Welcome back to the Black Brain Trust. This is episode 411. Please hit the like button as you come in, share the video if possible, hit that notification bell so you get all the updates from the Black Brain Trust, including those posted on the community tab. Just as an FYI, we do offer mentorship in IT. If you're trying to get into IT for the first time at the entry level, we do offer IT mentorship. If you're trying to go from one IT role to the next, we do offer IT coaching. If you need help with your resume or salary negotiations and wages, we do offer assistance in that area. If you are trying to look for IT work in the tri-state area, Nagone 11 does have recs on the table for those who have the skill set compatible with the roles. Docket and description beneath the video for you to follow along with. If you want to engage in the discussion, there'll be a link in the chat for you to click on. Just make sure when you click on the link, you raise your hand so that one of us can acknowledge you and advance you to the panel. All right, first item on the docket is from foxnews.com. Colorado father and son 3D printing a Lamborghini replica got a ride in a real one for Christmas. If you build it, they might come. A Colorado father and son 3D printing a replica of a Lamborghini supercar became social media stars this year when they began sharing updates of their project on social media. The steel frame car features a composite body inspired by the Lamborghini Aventador, but it's not an exact replica. Physicist Sterling Backus thought the project would be a fun way to teach kids about STEM and hopes to have it ready for the road by next spring. But when the folks at Lamborghini heard about the project, they had a different idea. Rather than try to shut the project down for violating intellectual property rights, the automaker called Backus and suggested that they surprise his son, Xander, by replacing the custom with an actual $417,000 Aventador S for Christmas Day as a gift. They made the swap in the middle of the night, a few days before Christmas, and Backus revealed the car to his son Xander the next morning, joking that he finished the project. Lamborghini's chief marketing officer, Katia Katia Bazi, said that while the company doesn't approve of counterfeiting, a passion project like this deserved to be showcased, which Lamborghini did in a YouTube video. I think that's pretty dope. I think that's pretty dope. If nothing else, let me play the video. If nothing else comes from it, man.
At Sam Adams, we have a question.
The learning aspect of 3D printing is really the application here, because that's where the industry is going, right? 3D printing is actually a skill set that's going to be needed by after next year, after 2020. Now, I don't know how long it took them to 3D print it, but it does seem plausible that you could 3D print your own vehicle at this point. I don't even know if this thing even works. Just 3D printing it doesn't make it a functional a functional product. The car has a few authentic Lamborghini parts, but will be powered by a Corvette V8. Okay. Back is homestead. Yeah, so interesting. Very interesting. People should get involved in 3D printing. I know that Locast.
An act of hatred on Hanukkah.
I know that Locast, you know, he's into 3D printing, and so because of that, he's ahead of the game. I'm surprised that a lot more people aren't involved in 3D printing of even just smaller parts. And the article says that he did it in carbon fiber as well, or no, not carbon fiber, carbon composite. So it is a very doable project. But I imagine that if he did it by himself, it must have took a considerable amount of time, because he had to get all of the measurements correct just to even replicate it. And I'm glad that Lamborghini did not go out of their way to try to sue this guy or deprive him of the project itself, because it was more of a academic study, right? It's based on STEM. All right, move on to the next article. All right, next item on docket is from the Revered report. Tectonics, sorry. Rick Morris tackles Alzheimer's with digital health startup. Yeah, expand this out. Rick Morris does not remember the moment he decided he wanted to become an entrepreneur, but the impact of Alzheimer's disease on one of his closest associates remains indelibly etched in his mind. Morris' longtime advisor suffered from the disease, which progressed over several years and wrought devastation on his advisor's family. Morris had seen it before. His grandmother had the disease as well. He knew then he wanted to help find a way to prevent or at least dull the impact of the disease, which afflicts nearly 6 million people in the US and about 400,000 in Texas. He's aiming to do that with his startup, Gate IQ. I just watched how the disease consumed their otherwise totally beautiful life, Morris said. I've reached the stage in my life that I can work on whatever I want to work on, and this is what I wanted to do. Morris came to San Antonio after years in the tech sector in Raleigh, Durham, North Carolina, California, Silicon Valley, and Austin. After decades running companies as a tech executive, Morris was ready to start his own from scratch. He began work in the earnest on the gate IQ concept in early 2017 and formed the company in September of that year. Still in the research and development phase, the software Morris and his team are building will be able to detect early signs of Alzheimer's by analyzing a patient's gait. The proteins that manifest as plaque in Alzheimer's patients' brains can start to appear early when someone is in their is in their 30s, Morris said. Most people who develop these proteins, however, are unaware until they show symptoms of Alzheimer's and receive a formal diagnosis, mostly because of how costly the exams to detect them are, he said. The hope is that gait IQ's Alzheimer's screening can help stave off the disease for years and save people thousands of dollars in healthcare costs by detecting the disease early. Gait IQ is answering the question: what if technology could predict your future risk for dementia years or even decades ahead of what we recognize as Alzheimer's dementia? Morris said, and we're doing that by measuring very subtle changes in how a person walks very early in the disease progression. Interesting. I'm convinced that through early intervention, we can definitely move the needle. Morris and his wife moved from the San Diego area and bought a home in San Antonio, whose startup scene does not have the prestige of Morris' previous habitations, but he would later discover the city was the perfect place to found a company like AIQ. San Antonio is poised with the presence of research and healthcare entities such as Southwest Research Institute and UT Health San Antonio as a potential hub for digital health startups, he said. Upon meeting local entrepreneur and real estate developer Graham Weston and hearing his vision for creating a downtown startup ecosystem, Morris had an even stronger conviction in the potential for his new city. I've worked in the innovation hub in Raleigh, Durham, North Carolina. That's where I went to school at Duke University and lived there for 20 years. I've been in Silicon Valley and I've been to Austin, or I've been in Austin, he said. There's nowhere else I could put together a company like this. Morris began interacting with the technologists, entrepreneurs, and digital professionals at startup incubator Geekdom. That's where he met Barbara Sean Mastrati, an engineer and mathematician. Sean Mastronardi had done significant research in the area of 3D programming and modeling in her native Argentina, which is exactly the kind of background Morris sought to build the technology behind Gate IQ. Drawn to the idea of using her skills for good, Sean Mastrati joined the startup as a systems engineer. I've always had in my mind that I wanted to use my profession for solving people's issues, she said, and I fell in love with this project. She has spent the past year studying clinical research and compiling data on gait movement that have informed the algorithms that power Gait IQ's Alzheimer's detection technology. For nearly the past 2 years, Gait IQ has been developing its technology with funding from a $459,000 National Institute of Health grant. Morris said the company is hoping to land another grant somewhere in the neighborhood of $2.5 million next year. In addition to that, the company is expecting to raise a seed round in 2020. Funds that it will use as it ramps up toward commercializing its Alzheimer's screening technology. Morris is bullish on Gait IQ's chances of becoming not only a change agent in the digital health sphere, but one of the most successful startups this city has ever seen. I want to build one of those Silicon Valley class companies here in San Antonio, he said. This is actually pretty interesting because they're saying that you can actually determine this stuff in your early 30s, which is significant because you usually don't start seeing that stuff until your 60s. But if you're seeing it 3 decades ahead, I wonder what kind of power they're using to actually to decipher this stuff, right? They're saying you can tell by the way a person walks on whether or not a person will develop Alzheimer's. I find that to be very dubious, but I'm not a professional in that area. I know that you can usually see the early signs in children on how well their brain has fermented or developed, and how on whether or not they're going to have Alzheimer's or even Asperger's for that matter. Usually Asperger's comes first. But first, I want to look at, before I move on, I want to look at what gait is. Oh, okay. So human gait refers to locomotion achieved through the movement of human limbs. Human gait is defined as a bipedal forward propulsion of center of gravity of the human body in which there are alternate sinuous movements of different segments of the body with least expenditure of energy. Interesting. A person's manner of walking is gait. I feel like that's a little bit late in the process to look at somebody in their 30s to determine whether or not they're going to have Alzheimer's. Shouldn't the process start at early childhood? I mean, you would have to see if there's some kind of deficiencies in the child's brain to determine that. Because what if a person is in a wheelchair? You would never be able to determine whether or not they have, whether or not there'll be a good screening for Alzheimer's. It's not a 100% correlation. Interesting nonetheless, though. Didn't realize that San Antonio had such a vibrant healthcare tech scene. Was always on the impression that they were good for basketball. So let me move on to the next one. All right, this one is from fastcompany.com. See the innovative design of one of the world's largest net zero emissions buildings. Let me explain this out. It is hard to build a net zero building, one that produces more energy than it consumes in the middle of a city. For one thing, nearby skyscrapers might block sunlight from reaching rooftop solar panels. For another, urban office buildings are cramped for space, and it generally isn't possible to set up wind turbines on site. But Martin Rothblatt, head of biotech company United Therapeutics, would not yield when it came to the company's new headquarters. When designers warned that erecting a net zero building in downtown Silver Spring, Maryland would be a formidable task, she replied, "I don't care, figure it out." they did. She felt very strongly that you cannot achieve net zero as an afterthought, says Thomas Kaufman, director of corporate real estate for the company which develops treatments for rare diseases. It has to be a mandate at the beginning that drives every single decision. The result, a 135,000 square foot building known as the Unisphere, which opened in, stupid thing, which opened in 2018, is described by the company as the world's largest commercial net zero building. It reaches far beyond the usual accoutrements like solar panels and LED lights. Rather, it uses a mix of advanced technologies that make the building fully usable, fully sustainable. Burning fossil fuels to deliver heat and power to buildings accounts for around 29% of U.S. greenhouse gas emissions. So policymakers are looking for ways to clean up homes and offices. In 2017, for example, California approved the first net zero building code in the nation, requiring all new residential construction be zero net energy by 2020, and all new commercial construction by 2030. Mayors from cities such as Portland and San Francisco and New York have committed to similar policies. The Unisphere shows how large office buildings might reach these kind of ambitious goals. Its systems involves thousands of devices feeding into a powerful computer nerve center that tracks energy use and coordinates heating, cooling, and other operations. Windows darken automatically when it's hot outside and open up to let fresh air flow in. Air circulates throughout a quarter-mile long concrete labyrinth 12 feet underneath the building, providing a passive heating and cooling. The labyrinth tends to be cooler than the air outside in the summer and warmer in the winter. A pool in the center of the building, large atrium soaks up excess heat and can also be used for swimming. Central to the operation are 52 geo-exchange wells drilled 500 feet into the earth that function like heat pumps. Water-filled pipes buried underground pull heat from the earth in the winter to heat the building, and then send heat from the building back into the earth during the summer to cool it. Interesting. Also, almost all of the occupied spaces are illuminated significantly with natural daylight, said Jared Luce, an architect with Ewing Cole, which designed the building. In many instances, the lights within a space will dim or shut off completely and allow full daylighting, especially in the perimeter offices, creating offices filled with 100% fresh outside air and 100% natural light. During the day, surplus power from the building's numerous systems, which include nearly 3,000 solar panels, is sold back to the grid, while in the evening, the grid sells minimal power back to the building. In total, the Unisphere sells more power than it buys. Stated that we are only going to build the square footage that we can support with on-site renewables, period, Luce says. That is a vastly different mindset than most owners would have been approaching a new project. Most start with a pent-up demand for additional space or new function and need, and then try to juggle schedule, need, and cost to find the right balance. This isn't to say there weren't roadblocks along the way. Initially, the country refused to grant a permit for the building's geo-exchange wells, saying state rules did not allow the placement of wells under buildings. But the regulation was intended to regulate drinking water wells, which is why it requires periodic health inspections. Once state regulators learned the water in these wells was not destined for human consumption, they amended the rule, and the county approved the project. In addition to its net zero emission, the company also displays animations throughout the building that describe how it uses energy. Its centerpiece is the energy wheel, an installation in the central atrium made of a circular array of mirrored lights 24 feet in diameter. It uses real-time data to illustrate energy use. When its lights shine outward, the building is making energy. When they shine inward, it's using energy. Interesting. It turns complex information into things that human beings can see, feel, and understand, says David Schwartz, a creative partner at Hush, the agency that made the energy wheel. Employees walk past that energy dial every day and know they are in a relationship with the building and with its energy. Congressman Jamie Raskin, Democrat of Maryland, whose district includes Silver Spring, said he was thrilled that the community he represents is home to this cutting-edge green energy presence. Shanti Pless, a senior research engineer at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, agreed. The Unisphere is local examples of what can be done in the DC area in reaching this level of performance of zero energy goals in an urban environment, he says. Company officials won't talk publicly about the cost of creating a net zero building. But Kaufman said the price wasn't much more than some of the company's earlier buildings. The technology is off the shelf, he said. We didn't invent anything new. It just required the mindset to make it happen. So I think this is really innovative. I do think that this is going to be the future going forward. What happens when you build design buildings like this? There's a lot more tech that goes into this than what people actually think. A lot of IoT, Internet of Things, or industrial Internet of Things, IoT, is all within this building. So this is although it's a therapeutic company, it's really built around fourth industrial emerging tech. And so we talk about IoT, we talk about these type of fourth industrialized technologies because things like this take place. A lot of people don't really realize that there's probably a whole bunch of fiber in here, a lot of network cabling and stuff like that, LEDs and all types of smart technologies inside this building that we can't see from the outside, but it's built inside of it. And so that's why we should actually learn about these technologies so that we can implement things like this into urban areas, because this is one building within probably 1,000 other buildings within that city of DC that need to be compliant in the next 20 to 25 years in order to create a smart city. All right, let me move on to the next article. All right, this one is from CRN.com. 10 hot IoT companies you need to watch in 2020. Tackling cellular data economics, computer chips, and more. A lot of companies have seem to have their own idea of how to make IoT work, whether it's for device-to-device communications, cellular data economics, faster computer chips, or organizational shuffles that aim to better serve the digital transformation needs of enterprises. CRN has picked out 10 of these companies, particularly ones that have gained momentum, introduced game-changing products, made strategic acquisitions, or carried out big organizational changes, because they believe these developments will make the world of IT a better place. Check these out. Akamai. Akamai is diving headfirst into the world of IoT thanks to its massive network of 240,000 edge servers across the globe. First designed as a content delivery network, the Cambridge, Mass-based company now sees an opportunity to bring its edge network capabilities to IoT. This year, the company launched IoT Edge Connect, a new offering that aims to help companies scale IoT deployments by improving the way messages are securely sent to and from the device. Akamai said Akamai said the service is more scalable, economical, and secure than other IoT message brokers in the market. And by being a hosted cloud offering, it eliminates the need for businesses to run their own service. Will IoT Edge Connect catch on? Does Akamai have any other IoT tricks up its sleeve? Yeah, I would say I've been to Akamai's headquarters many times, and I can tell you firsthand, this is actually a brilliant idea.
Hey, Mike, what's going on, G?
What's up, man?
Chilling. I was going to ask you, do you think in all actuality that Akamai was probably like the first true cloud-based company?
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. They're a CDN, so they operate a little bit differently. They operate as a buffer to the cloud.
Got you. Okay.
Yeah, so a content delivery network acts as a sponge for network traffic.
Yeah. Do you remember maybe like during Web 1.0 where everything ran through Akamai? When you were web browsing for the most part?
Right, because they act as a buffer, right? So they're
right.
A company.
Right.
But because they have so much computing power to buff out what we call denial of service attacks from a cyber perspective, from a cyber threat perspective, this actually helps. So bringing everything to the edge, because that's what they are. They're an edge-based company themselves. Is actually going to help facilitate a lot of your autonomous vehicles and other IoT aspects, right? So,
okay, that's the angle they're taking.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
Yeah, so because they have so many servers and that they're severely underpowered for what they are, or they're underutilized, I should say. Sorry.
Well, I was gonna say, because they've, like I said, Akamai's been a player for longer than people even realize, maybe, in terms of data transmission, as it relates to the internet. So it was just very surprising, man, to kind of hear their name pop back up, I should say. Not as if they haven't been doing anything all these years. It's just that Akamai's infrastructure is like embedded in internet infrastructure. Like you said, it's more of like a content buffering platform, if you will. So that's not necessarily like a sexy term or task, if you will. That's something that largely goes unnoticed. But if you were around during the Web 1.0 days, like kind of like how me and Mike are, you know the name Akamai.
Yeah, Akamai has its tentacles inside like the retail space, right? So think about retail brick and mortar companies as well as web-based companies who pass point of sales operations, POS transactions to the cloud or to other networks. Well, Akamai acts as that security buffer because they're at the edge. And so when your credit card transactions pass through a network and they pass through a CDN, they're passing through something like Akamai. They have to pass through a CDN in order to be fully secure. Because what happens here is if I'm Pacific Rise and I'm taking all these web orders, well, what's stopping bad guys from just going directly into Pacific Rise? Well, bad guys would have to pass through Akamai, and that would be a swamp that's too muddy for them to get through. So that's why you have Akamai or companies like Akamai. That's a CDN. Beartech is looking to pick a fight with LoRa, the proprietary low-power wide-area network technology for IoT devices, with technology licensed from the Fraunhofer Institute and ecosystem of partners. This year, the Toronto-based company launched MyThings, a new software platform for using that uses an LP-WAN protocol called MIOTI to provide low-range, low-power communication for IoT deployments. The company said it has much lower interference than LoRa and can work with standard gateways and sensors, allowing companies to run their own private networks. After racking up partnerships with Advantech, Magic, Applied IoT, and other companies this year, Beartech is worth following in 2020. So they're banking on all of these autonomous devices just connecting to municipal networks and things of that nature, but they're looking at this from a power consumption perspective, and that's very true because you don't want devices that are hogging up a whole lot of power, having to needing grid power all the time, big power all the time. So think of something like you think of something like not a traffic light, but a stop sign. You think of a stop sign as standard piece of furniture within the environment, but there's a whole lot that can come from a stop sign, right? A stop sign with something like e-ink, right? The same sort of technology that you use to read a Kindle. What if you can use something similar to e-ink on a stop sign and do traffic updates or something similar? Right. And you need something that's going to be low powered in order to run it, especially with something as small as a solar panel, for that matter. Solar panel and a simple
battery,
2,000 milliamp battery, right?
Right. Yeah.
You got to think long term when you design things. From an IoT perspective, it has to be designed right from the get go. You can't just add pieces to it later and try to make up for the deficiencies.
No, that's called patchwork. Yep. you can't really approach long-term deployment from a patchwork standpoint. You have to actually over design and then build your updates in. Right, because your building the ability to update something, creating one platform that can give you maybe 3 or 4 variations or versions with updates in between those versions, designing it like that with that intent is what allows you to then create updates that are more specific to what is actually required. So just like that e-ink platform example that you're talking about. So instead of like a traditional metal stop sign, it's an actual like screen. It's an LED screen, and it's going to basically show you an image of a stop sign. But then, like what Mike's saying, it may also have like a traffic feed, a weather feed. Might also be something that gives you traffic updates in terms of like, say, like if you're taking this route, there might be a detour 2 miles ahead, recommended alternative routes, stuff like that. So
even something as simple as a traffic advisory.
Yeah.
Something simple as that. All right, the next one is Blue Wireless. Not long after Groundhog Day, former Microsoft executive Ray Ozzie emerged to reveal his new startup that aims to boost IoT with a subscription-free way of connecting devices to cellular networks. While the startup technically came out of stealth mode in February of this year, there are still few details on what Ozzie is up to. At the time, the startup said it's working with AT&T on its note card product, a low power modular with prepaid cellular connectivity that will work with a broad range of commercial and industrial products. Ozzy said Blue Wireless has been running trials with AT&T, and that he plans to make the modules work without a monthly subscription by selling them at a high enough price to cover the cost of the device and the cellular data. So it sounds to me like he's trying to be, or at least that company is trying to be a service provider broker.
Well, kind of sounds like some of the ideas we've been kicking around with this Mara phone the last few weeks.
Right. Like they're trying to be a service provider broker. So what they're trying to do is take the place of Google Fi for IoT. Because what the way Google Fi works is that it takes three different networks. It takes cellular,
T-Mobile,
and Sprint, and it aggregates all of these service providers as one big network. And I think that's what these guys are trying to do. So they're trying to do it for IoT though, specifically because with IoT, it's kind of a headless device, right? You don't actually interact with the device. The device is kind of set and forget it.
Right. Now, what I've learned is that does come with a caveat, because that's only going to be if the device that you're bringing over to Google Fi is made by certain manufacturers, Samsung being one of them, and I'm trying to remember what the other one is. So you can use the aggregate of three networks in the United States if you have like either a Samsung, and I'm trying to, or a Google Pixel or Samsung. I think that's what the two phones were. Now, say like with the Mara phones, for example, in the US, they would exclusively be on the T-Mobile network. They wouldn't be able to hop across all three. They would only be on one. But if you went international, you could still basically jump on the first LTE or 4G band that the phone recognizes in that country.
Well, keep in mind that T-Mobile, Sprint are one company now.
T-Mobile and Sprint. Yeah. So wait. And so it said what? T-Mobile, what? It said, who was it? AT&T, T-Mobile?
No. If you're referring to Google Fi, it's US Cellular, T-Mobile, and Sprint. But now Sprint and
that's right. I got what you're saying. Yeah. So actually, when you're technically talking about a T-Mobile network, you're talking about T-Mobile and I got you. Got you.
Yep. All right, next company is Clarity. Clarity has amassed $100 million in funding to become the de facto industrial IoT security provider, but the company has designs on something bigger, closing the security gap between IT and operational technology, or OT. To take the New York-based startup through this next chapter, it has hired former Juver executive and Siemens veteran Thorsten Freitag as CEO. Freitag, who was announced as the company's new chief executive in October, aims to make Clarity's data more consumable for IT departments while aligning its products with the ticketing, asset management, security management, and SIM tools available on the market today. The hope is to give IT personnel more visibility into the security situation for OT, or operational technology environments like factories. For that reason, it sounds like 2020 should be a big year for Clarity. Yeah, I would agree. So if that's their aim.
Now I've heard of this company before. What are they all about again?
Basically, they're trying to be a security integrator for IoT. So the problem with IoT previously was that the devices are pretty dumb. And what happens here is that they can be compromised and used for launching cyber attacks, or they could be hijacked, right? Man in the middle attacked. If you think about industrial IoT from a manufacturing perspective, you can, if a bad guy wanted to, or a nation state actor wanted to, they can come in and cause disruption by hijacking the industrial IoT devices in that area, such as manufacturing or big gas companies, oil companies, especially.
Some device that they have plugged into their IoT network.
Or just the network in itself, because the networks are not being protected in devices, right?
So they're trying to be that protective measure.
They're gonna bring the control plane for security into IoT.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Interesting.
Hitachi Vantara. When it comes to Hitachi Vantara's bets on industrial IoT, the company is unloading chips on the table by the truckload. This was made clear in September when its parent company, Japanese industrial conglomerate Hitachi, announced it is merging Hitachi Vantara with Hitachi Consulting to double down on the company's Lumada solutions for IoT. As part of the merger, which Hitachi described as an integration, Hitachi veteran Toshiaki is moving into the role of Hitachi Vantara's CEO and board chairman, while Brian Householder, who had been the CEO until recently, moved into an as of yet unspecified executive leadership role. I don't know why they had to put all
Damn, they gangster his ass out.
Yeah, Hitachi Vantara, they basically disarmed him. Hitachi Vantara partners believe the reorganization will help accelerate adoption of IoT solutions to the channel. Not really a big fan of that. Whatever. Intel. Intel is getting more ambitious with its plans for IoT, and is supposedly involves purpose-built silicon that is built from the ground up for IoT applications. This year, the Santa Clara, California-based chip maker revealed its next-generation Movidius visual processing unit that will target edge inference applications when it launches in 2020. But Jonathan Ballin, vice president of Intel's IoT group, and another executive before him have let on that the chip maker is cooking up something else that goes beyond its current offerings for Movidius and modified processors. We are also building purpose-built products for IoT that will address the edge compute opportunity as well as the edge inference and eventually edge training.
So they have a whole, basically they're letting off that they have a whole entire IoT suite that they're about to release. Like components.
Yeah, they've always had IoT. They've probably been involved in IoT since the very beginning.
Well, yeah.
Look at a lot of their point of sales machine, not point of sales machines, ATMs and stuff like that. A lot of them run Intel processors on it, embedded Intel processors, right? Back in the day, they used to call them X-Scale, Intel X-Scale, and I forget the other name of the processors, but those are like back in 2003, 2002. Basically, those processors ran an embedded version of Windows or Linux that you could not really see from the outside, but they were actually running on the inside.
But when you're talking about building from the silicon on up, they've got that indicates they've got ambitious plans.
Yeah, because it has to be built from because before, a lot of your connected devices back then were just basically spin-off of desktop processors. So they were basically pin for pin compatible, but they were just kind of taped onto some silicon, and that was it. What they're talking about in this article,
repurposed. They were repurposed.
Right. Well, they were specifically designed for low power communication or low power use. Right. So you have like a Intel what do you call it back then? A Core M processor, and a Core M processor would be like a very low powered Intel i3, but just enough power to fit within an application like a gas pump or something like that, or some kind of
because a gas pump is going to be mainly like mechanical, and it's going to have like it's not going to have like a big board that's going to require like a lot of consumption and computing, but it will have a board, right? So it would need a chip that's capable of executing all of the functions, but not something that necessarily is like, on a server level, let's just say, right?
Well, so they process 1,000 transactions at a time, right? So that's what it's looking at, right? It's looking at the bank transactions, looking at the pumping of the gas, it's looking at displaying information,
right.
code that go into embedded processing, but they're very strict. And so the lines of code need to run at the highest level it possibly can on that processor. So that's what they're referring to.
Right.
All right, next one is NVIDIA. NVIDIA is getting more serious about opportunities at the edge, and that could only mean good things for IoT. This year, Santa Clara, California-based company revealed its EGX Edge supercomputing platform, a new push to put its GPUs at the forefront of artificial intelligence, IoT, and 5G network infrastructure for edge environments like factory floors, manufacturing inspection lines, and city streets. Not satisfied with just giving the world an edge supercomputing platform, the chip maker also revealed the Jetson Xavier NX, which it has called the world's smallest supercomputer for AI applications at the edge. The board is the size of a credit card, but it comes server class performance, bringing a new level of capability to performance-hungry IoT devices constrained by size, weight, power, or cost. It seems like NVIDIA isn't finished, so keep your hands open to receive more AI at the edge goodness in 2020. So they're taking the gloves off. They're going after Intel on this.
Well, of course, dude. Man, look, when they did their, was that 2018 at CES, when they showed their autonomous driving AI pieces for automated driving and shit like that, dude, that's when I was like, fucking A, dude, NVIDIA's on some next level shit, you know? So it doesn't surprise me that they're really going to be going hard at this space here.
Yeah, definitely. When you really put it into perspective, they have a lot of bandwidth in terms of what human resources as well as physical resources, intellectual resources to really roll something like this out. They don't have to deal with CPUs. They can just deal with graphics cards and then repurpose some of the design and manufacturing of those chips into something small like an IoT-based platform. And when they mentioned the city streets, that's all a part of smart cities, right? The idea that you can embed processors into a street to really calculate, how much foot traffic and road traffic is being generated, and when the street lights should come on, when they should turn, things of that nature. There's a lot that's going to come out of all of this IoT stuff. And they mentioned the edge. For those of you who understand, the edge computing refers to that layer between outside of the cloud environment as well as after the physical environment itself. So all of these autonomous vehicles have to connect to some form of cloud computing in the environment, but the edge is that they're trying to connect to deliver faster processing and communication, and then the edge will offload all of that data to the cloud itself.
It does a lot of parsing of the data before it hits the cloud.
The necessary processing, so you don't have to wait for the cloud, wait for the packet to get to the cloud.
Yes.
Samsara is on a tear of the industrial IoT space with sensor data platform for connected operations. This was made evident most recently with the San Francisco-based startup's $300 million funding round announced in September, which valued the company at $6.3 billion. This new cash infusion came in as the company more than doubled its customer base to over 10,000, scooping up clients like Simco Logistics and the city of. At the same time, the company increased annual revenue 200% from the previous year. With these new funds, the company plans to hire 1,000 new employees for expansion across new geographies, research and development, and customer support operations. With the company's expanding industrial IoT and fleet monitoring capabilities, how far can Samsara go? Interesting. Siemens. Siemens is expanding its industrial IoT capabilities in new and interesting ways, particularly when it comes to application development and deployment. First, in April, the German industrial giant announced it had integrated Mendix's low-code development platform into MindSphere as a way to enable those with no coding experience to build applications on the IoT platform.
Oh shit.
Yeah, let that sink into your brain.
Oh, say that again, Mike.
The German industrial giant announced it had integrated Mendix's low-code development platform into MindSphere as a way to enable those with no coding experience to build applications on the IoT platform. That integration stemmed from Siemens' $730 million acquisition of Mendix in 2018. Then in October, the company said it was acquiring the container-based edge computing platform from a startup called Pixium, signaling its plans to embrace container technology as an easy way to deploy and manage applications at the edge. How will Siemens' container strategy play out? With the company teasing that Pixium's edge computing platform will be at the heart of its industrial edge ecosystem. 2020 will undoubtedly be an important year for the continued evolution of industrial IoT plans.
Hey, shout out to Richard Victor Dixon, bro. I think you need to look into that, man. Anyhow, Mike, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So let me.
We're now bringing codeless programming solutions to IoT. Is this what you're telling me?
Yeah. Low code, no code is what they call it.
Low code, no code. And Siemens ain't no joke for anyone who knows their industrial giants, their global industrial giants.
Yeah, Siemens is the German equivalent of GE in America.
Bingo.
So where is it? Oh, here it is right here. An introduction to low-code development. Let me just read this real quick.
All right.
Low-code is visual development approach to application development. Low-code enables developers of varied experiences levels to create applications for web and mobile using drag and drop components and model-driven logic through a graphic user interface. Low-code platforms relieve non-technical developers from having to write code while still supporting professional developers by extracting tedious plumbing and infrastructure tasks required in application development. Working together, developers in business and IT create, iterate, and release applications in a fraction of the time it takes with traditional methods. This low-code application development enables production of a full range of app types for disparate use cases. These app types range from upgrading legacy applications to IoT-enabled smart apps. So I want to make sure I drop that in the chat for people to understand that even if you have no coding experience, they have brought it down to the bare minimum. I mean, what they're talking about in layman's terms is basically
drag and drop, plug and play.
See and say. Basically, you pull the lever on the side of that device, and it tells you exactly, whether that's a cat and how to spell it.
And the thing about it is, if you do got some coding, some coding notches under your belt, it makes it a whole lot easier for you to play with this type of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So this is what's going to be going on in 2020, and I suggest people really take advantage of things like that. 20 years ago, that was never the case. Even 10 years ago, that was never the case. Now they've come up with a plan to do the same thing with smartphones. So you don't even have to be a coder, experienced coder to code apps for the iOS platform. You'll be able.
I want to say Google has something similar in terms of an app builder, where it's kind of more like you figure out like what various blocks. So the block, so you take a block, and that block has a a chunk of code in it. And so that chunk of code basically has a purpose or executes a function or whatever. And then what you do is you put these blocks around, right? You're not actually writing the code itself. You're just putting the containers into certain areas so that you have action triggers, right? That are going to carry out a task or a function based on that block of code. So you didn't have to actually write the code. You just had to place it within the GUI.
Yep. Zadida. What happens when you take Dell's leading IoT expert and put him in a new edge virtualization startup that is leading open source efforts? 2020 will likely hold the answer as Zadida's channel partner in integration strategies begin to play out under the leadership of Jason Shepard, the former CTO of IoT and Edge Computing for Dell Technologies, who joined Zadida as vice president of ecosystem in November. The Santa Clara, California-based startup raised $16 million funding round earlier this year for its Edge Virtualization X engine, which allows organizations to run legacy applications in virtual machines while spinning new applications into containers. Shepard recently told CRN that Zadida is continuing his mission of making IoT more open and interoperable, moving the field away from the days of software and hardware lock-in. So I think they kind of misspelled or misquoted this. Zadida is actually the company and not the actual man. So why are we talking about this? Because 2020 is the breakout year, and I've been saying this to you all for the last 9 months. 2020 is going to be a breakout year for 5G, IoT, blockchain, cloud computing, as well as autonomous vehicles and micro transportation, medium transportation. All of those things are coming into play.
Mike, you're a doom and gloomer.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you are. You're a doom and gloomer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is what it is, man. I'm not making this stuff up. This article is pointing this all out. 2020 says 10 hot IoT companies need to watch in 2020. Well, all the stuff that they're talking about is exactly what we've been telling you all for over a year now. Got to.
Well, I would say on this particular platform over a year, yeah, but shit, since we've been on YouTube, and 2020 is 2 days away, folks.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. All right. This next one is from CNBC.com. Apple and AMD were the best stocks of 2019. Major stock indexes are up huge in 2019, thanks in large part of the success of some key technology stocks. Apple led the way for the Dow Jones Industrial Average, gaining roughly 84% so far. For the S&P 500, it was advanced micro devices that took the crown, rising more than 150% since the start of January for the biggest gain in that benchmark. Apple's $1 trillion year, the strong year for Apple pushed the company's market cap back over $1 trillion mark. The consumer tech giant has seen modest success with its core iPhone business this year, topping estimates in its most recent quarterly report, even as sales slow. The pending arrival of Apple's 5G iPhones in 2020 has some analysts projecting a major upgrade cycle and boost sales boost for the company. So actually, let me read this one right here. AMD is just one of several chip makers that have posted a banner year on booming demand for data centers and niche areas like gaming. Lam Research is up more than 115%, and KLA has nearly doubled as well. The strong year for semiconductor stock has confused some of the top analysts covering the industry, as it came amid a barrage of trade war news that clouded near-term outlook for companies. The highest price target on Wall Street for AMD is from RBC Capital Markets. RBC analyst Mitch Steves values the stock at $53 per share, nearly a 15% premium to where the stock closed Friday. I told you guys, we told you guys back in 2018, if you go back to our archive, I said this back in August of 2018, that AMD will be a breakout by the end of 2019. And I said that if you pay attention to the stock, it will probably hit $95 sometime in Q3, Q4 of 2020.
You might have said that on the Business Wealth Power channel too.
Yes. When I said it back then, the stock was moving at $9 a share. Today it's being marked up to $53 a share. Yeah, so who wants smoke?
Nobody.
Yeah. For all intents and purposes, AMD has their foot on the throat of Intel, and I don't think that it's gonna let up until at least 2024, 2025. Here's why. All right, this one's from Eurogamer.net. I can't really see. A remarkable story unfolded last April where it seemed that an intrepid explorer of the 3D Mark benchmark database stumbled upon preliminary testing for a new gaming processor from AMD dubbed Gonzalo, almost certainly a code name for work in progress PlayStation 5 Silicon. The notion of a PC benchmark database yielding top secret information about an upcoming next generation console seems implausible, but further leaks over the last few days not only back up the Gonzalo story, but also deliver new details about the graphics core of the new machine. On top of that, the leak also contains tantalizing hints about the technical makeup of the Xbox Series X GPU 2. The scale and scope of this latest leak is remarkable, and the origin of the new information seems even more far-fetched than the Gonzalo story, leading many to believe that the entire thing may be a work of fiction. However, having looked into the situation, independently verified the source, the overwhelming evidence is that the data does indeed originate from AMD and hasn't been doctored. We're lacking crucial context for sure that, but the reasons to doubt the veracity of this of the leak are somewhat thin on the ground. From what I can gather, and someone at AMD's ASIC validation department used GitHub to store fragments of internal testing data from a range of work in progress.
Dude, they put it on GitHub?
Oh, that's pretty normal.
Is it for something like that?
Well, they're testing something, so it's not like it's
Okay, well, if they okay, I got you.
Yeah,
I don't know. I would have thought they would have kind of had some internal infrastructure where they're doing that type of thing, but okay.
Yeah, well, if they have multiple, they might have another company contributing to it or something like that.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
The leak includes testing of next-gen desktop and mobile Ryzen APUs, along with some deep dive testing on the PS5 chip, now codenamed Oberon. While the data is not public, it's clear that the GitHub test data has traveled far and wide. Further details from the leak mentioned in this article are being discussed at length on Reset Error. For example, the genie is out of the bottle. So we were just talking about the stock price being at $53 in 2019, at the end of 2019. This sort of news, because Sony and Microsoft are big clients to AMD now for their consoles because their processors work so well in their platforms. What this means is that when more benchmarks are released about this possible secret processor, and that I think PS5 and Xbox is supposed to come out. The next one's supposed to come out like 2022, 2021.
I thought it was 2021.
Yeah, so we're looking
Well, at least for PS5. At least for PS5, I heard it was 2021.
Yeah, I think for Microsoft, they were talking about 2022, early 2022.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're looking at here is two big clients of AMD that's going to boost up the stock price tremendously because of the success of this product.
Bro, they got like the console market locked.
Yeah, Intel has no way to get involved in this. So,
They got it locked.
mm-hmm.
Your best bet is to hedge on PC gaming in this industry anyway, this particular sub industry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Intel's best bet would be to like just lock PC gaming down. But shit, when it comes to consoles,
they don't have a graphics processor that can do what AMD's processor does, and NVIDIA's processor is so power hungry, it's almost impossible for it to work. They don't have a CPU. They only have a GPU.
the GPU, right?
Like, and AMD has a GPU and a CPU to combine it for APU.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. This one is from payments.com. Samsung to launch artificial human called Neon. Not to be confused with the famous manosphere woman, Neon Eyes. Samsung disclosed that it will introduce an artificial human called Neon at CES 2020 on January 7th. That is totally different than its artificial intelligence assistant, Bixby, Digital Trends reported. The limited information about Neon was shared on Samsung's Twitter account and includes an artificial human teaser in several languages with the tagline, "Have you met an artificial?" Samsung's social media posts indicate that Neon is an artificial intelligence being and best friend. Honored to have so much coverage even before we unveil, but contrary to some news, Neon is not about Bixby or anything you have seen before, Samsung tweeted. Neon is being developed under Samsung Technology and Advanced Research Labs, STAR, and led by President and CEO Pranav Mistry, a veteran of Samsung Galaxy Gia. Mistry tweeted, "For the past few years, I have been working on something exciting. Following at neon.life to learn more. Please share and ask your friends to join too." Bixby differs from Google Home and Amazon Alexa in that the software is distributed across several apps, including Bixby Home, Bixby Vision, and Bixby Voice. Smartphone users have been on the fence about Bixby. However, how Neon differs from Bixby is under wraps until CES 2020 in Las Vegas. This is going to be interesting because Apple does not have a comparable product. They are not working on anything, to my knowledge, anything close to this. We know that Sony has worked on multiple walking robots.
Man, they had the Aibo robot like years ago. Remember the little dog?
Yeah. You mean Sony?
That's yeah. I'm sorry. Well, no, that's what you're talking about. Sony, right? The little.
No, I was just mentioning Sony had quite a few robots, and Toyota has had a couple of robots. Honda has had robots.
They had the robot. Toyota had a robot.
Honda had Ice-Mo.
Right. Yeah, you're right. I don't know, man. I do you think Apple is just really just trying to maybe aim for like the wearables industry in terms of like medical devices? You think that's where they're gonna maybe try to angle? I ain't seen nothing on the drawing board, no sort of crazy rumors like you used to hear when Steve Jobs was running it.
Yeah, that's one market. That's a viable market, but it's only one market, right? You don't have to
Right.
put all your eggs in one basket if you're Apple, right? The problem is they haven't come out with a robot yet.
I
Um,
don't I don't see him. I don't see him coming out with one. That's the problem.
yeah, I mean,
Like what's the what it, like I said, dude, you don't what was the last crazy rumor you heard about Apple? Crazy one.
well, autonomous vehicle.
I mean, I don't know. Because the thing was that was a rumor back when Steve Jobs was still living,
Mhm.
right? And I honestly believe that if he was still alive today, Apple would have one. But let's cast that to the side, the car, right? Because as it stands, the only thing we've seen up until this point is CarPlay, an app,
Mhm.
right? Now I know that's going to be exclusive on, I forgot whose electric car, Porsche, I think it is, the Taycan.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're gonna see Apple software being proprietary on like Porsche electric vehicles, okay, but it's an ICE essentially. It's an in-car, it's well not an in-car entertainment system, but it's basically, Apple Maps and Apple Music rolled into an app for a car. Well, a couple other bells and whistles, peppered in. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mike.
I was just saying it's an enabler. It's a technology.
What is game changing about that, though?
Game changer 00100.
Or that him? What up? Shout out to him, man. That's my bro. But I mean, what I'm saying, what's like game changing about that?
Your best,
Apple they were a game changer with everything they used to put out, but I don't know.
your most innovative guy is gone. Johnny Ive is gone. So
He's gone and he left.
yeah, right. I don't see him doing anything that Samsung is doing remotely.
Right.
Samsung is involved in everything outside of mobile,
Well, Samsung is a heavy industries firm at the end of the day.
which is what Apple should be.
Exactly.
Apple should be a military contractor at this point, not a consumable contractor. They should be a not consumable company, but a military contractor at this point.
Like developing devices specifically for that.
They could be a variety of things. It could just be Siri inside of a missile, man. You don't even need a lock code or anything like that.
You don't need just Siri, straight up.
Yeah. All right, next item on the docket is from CNN.com. This startup is using geotagging and blockchain to fight deforestation in Africa. Let me explain this. Every year, about 15 billion trees are cut down globally, and across Africa, deforestation rates have surpassed the global annual average of 0.8%. Forests in West and East Africa where conservation efforts are not matching deforestation activities have undergone almost complete decline between the 1900s and 2017, according to a comparison of reconstructed African forests by a team of ecology and evolutionary biology scientists at Yale University. One reason for this is that people living in rural areas in Africa still depend on wood from felled trees for their cooking, according to the Africa Energy Outlook 2019 report. An African startup is trying to be part of the solution to this deforestation crisis. The most influential people of African descent, MyPath, a group working to bridge the gap between Africans in diaspora and those living on the continent, want people to have roots in Africa, literally. Talk about being pro-Black. Through a social impact initiative, the group wants to plant and assign more than 200 million trees across Africa by 2024, before the end of the United Nations International Decade of People of African Descent. From any part of the world, My Roots in Africa project makes it possible for anyone to place a request to have a tree named, planted or gifted in honor of themselves or anyone they love. My Roots in Africa is Uber for trees, connecting local communities impacted by pollution and deforestation with global citizens looking to plant their roots in Africa, said Camille Olofo Wobi, MePod's founder and CEO. It presents an opportunity where Africa wins, the diaspora wins, and all of humanity wins. It supports the diaspora to reduce their barrier of entry to Africa. The new initiative will be officially launched in February 2020 on the sidelines of the African Union Summit and aims to drive support for the Great Green Wall while also promoting climate action, one of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDG. For every new tree that is planted, we can name one that is existing after you. Many diasporans want to connect to Africa, and there is a deep sentimental and emotional connection that this program brings, which is now I have roots in Africa. To further personalize the service, MePad partnered with the Kagan Institute to deploy data science and artificial intelligence to identify and geotag trees planted using blockchain technology. This will enable its subscribers to know the exact location of their allocated tree and be able to use it or be able to see it using satellite imagery, including Google Maps. It also helps prevent allocating the same tree to more than one person.
So they're gonna literally geotag every goddamn tree.
That's right. MePad says it's already working with city parks and forestry departments in every major African city to help people plant their tree remotely. We get the orders placed, and the park and forestry departments are the ones who do the implementation. They are the owners of the trees. And all we are doing is being the voice of Africa to the diaspora, saying you can support Africa, and in return, you can have your root planted.
They don't like you though.
That's right. MePad is banking on its history of connecting Africans to get them involved in the project. In line with the UN's declaration of the International Decade for People of African Descent, MePad identified people of African descent from all parts of the world and has so far honored around 500 people in over 60 countries. Several African countries are also planting trees. In July 2019, Ethiopia planted 350 million trees in a day, setting a new world record. The government has also joined more than 20 other African nations in pledging to restore 100 million hectares of land as part of the African Forest Landscape Restoration Initiative. About 5 months after this feat, Nigeria's President Muhammadu Buhari announced that the continent's most populous country will plant a further 25 million trees as part of the Great Green Wall, an ambitious project aiming to plant trees spanning 800 kilometers and stretching the breadth of Africa from Senegal to Djibouti. The continuity of long-term projects such as planting millions of trees and combating climate change is a major concern in several African democracies, where incoming governments often disregard or abandon long-term projects by their predecessors. Olumide Idaho, a co-founder of the International Climate Change Development Initiative, argued that afforestation projects will help Africa to tackle threats posed by climate change, such as floods, droughts, and heat stress in forests. Idaho said developed countries can help preserve Africa's forests if they reduce the demand for tropical hardwoods, considering that the timber export market is a big driver of deforestation. To repair the damage that has been done already and to secure the future of the continent's forests, the MePad CEO said Africa needs help from around the world. All of humanity, we were Africa's first before we were anything else. Therefore, Africa is our collective responsibility.
Responsibility.
Do you hear that, Richard Victor Dixon? Therefore, Africa is our collective responsibility. This is not restricted to people of African descent. This is open to all of humanity for you to support Africa and have your root planted right here on African soil. Using blockchain. You can't get more pro-black than that, man.
It's shaming language.
You can't get more pro-black than that.
Oh my God, man. When is Ados going to get it together?
Mm-hmm. No, this is probably one of the dopest things I've read all year.
I mean, dude, that is fucking dope.
I mean, I think the other dude who used blockchain to keep track of the endangered rhinoceroses in Eastern Africa is actually just as good too, man.
No, I mean, but see, this is what, see, we're starting now, and you know, I'm not trying to get all like metaphysical and shit or whatever, but you know, like y'all, when we talk about 2020 being a transitional year, like we mean that in every sense of the word.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like for the last year and a half, 2 years, fuck, however long we've been on this, Mike.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we've been throwing these terms: blockchain, you know, fourth industrial revolution, crypto, hemp, cannabis, you know, fintech.
Mm-hmm.
We've been, you know, IoT. We've been planting all of these terms purposely in your minds and beating this information into your eardrums,
Mm-hmm.
because you're now starting to see, you know, the real world applications start to come online. And when we talk about how this stuff can be applied for anything, like when we talk about blockchain, the first thing that people think is Bitcoin. But what about nature conservation?
Mm-hmm.
Boom, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Right? See, so when you really think about it from a macro perspective, this should start to open the floodgates as to what this can be used for, and how, you know, and how, you know, being tech-oriented urban entrepreneurs, how we can look for opportunities to implement this type of stuff. You know, so yeah, I mean that's why we stay pounding this, in, and you know, if you hear us talk a little cocky or anything like that, you know, you're missing the point. You know, these sorts of things serve as confirmation.
Mm-hmm. Well, people
You know,
want, you know, connecting people from the diaspora back to the continent by just planting roots. I mean, that's pro-black in the fourth industrialization.
and blockchain in that bitch. That's why I was like, dude, I ain't trying to get too metaphysical with it or anything, but goddamn, dude, there's a whole lot of symbolism, you know, and semblance tied into, you know, fourth industrial technology. It's like a convergence almost. Shit is like, should be calling you out at this point, man. Like it should really be speaking to you.
Mm-hmm. Digital hotel. All right, next one is from CNN.com. These smart shopping carts will let you skip the grocery store line. Tired of standing in line? Wait a bit longer, and you may never have to again. Everyone from Amazon to Silicon Valley startups are trying to eliminate lines in retail stores. Amazon has opened 24 of its Amazon Go stores, which use cameras and artificial intelligence to see what you've taken off shelves and charge you as you walk out. Some startups, such as San Francisco-based Guabango, are closely mimicking Amazon's approach of using AI-powered cameras mounted in ceilings to identify what you removed from a shelf and then charge you for those items. But others are trying an entirely different route to skipping the checkout: smart shopping carts. These companies have added cameras and sensors to the carts and are using AI to tell what you've placed in them. A built-in scale weighs items in case you have to pay by the pound for an item, such as bananas. Customers pay by entering a credit card or by using Apple Pay or Google Pay. When a customer exits the store, a green light on the shopping cart indicates that their order is complete when they are charged. And they are sorry, and then they are charged. If something goes wrong, the light turns red and a store employee is summoned. Interesting. The startup behind the smart cards, including Caper and VV, say it's much easier to add technology to the shopping cart than to an entire store. Amazon's Go stores rely on hundreds of cameras in the ceiling. The shelves also include sensors to tell when an item is removed. So far, Amazon has focused on small format stores of about 2,000 square feet or less. Ahmed Beshri, co-founder of Caper, believes the technology to run Go is too expensive to use in a large format grocery store. Amazon reportedly considered expanding to thousands of the Go stores, but it's only opened a couple dozen so far, possibly adding credence to the point that they are expensive to operate. 2 of the stores are currently closed for renovations. Interesting. Amazon declined to comment for the story. Neither Caper Al or Caper AI nor Vivi have said how much their shopping carts will cost, making it difficult to compare their different formats. Sharik Siddiqui, CEO of Vivi, said he's finding increased interest from retailers given Amazon's steady expansion of Go since opening the first store in Seattle in 2018. We're always happy when Amazon is doing something, Siddiqui said. They force retailers to get out of their old school thinking. Vivi is testing several of its shopping carts in an unnamed Seattle retailer. It's announcing a larger deployment in early 2019, said Siddiqui. Says the company is in talks with 2 of the country's 10 largest retailers. Interesting. Siddiqui said that shopping carts will eventually offer customers real-time coupons. When a customer puts, say, peanut butter in the cart, they may be offered a 10% discount on jelly. That's big data at its finest. But there are still no kinks to work. There are still kinks to work out in the technology. Caper, which has small pilots in Canada and New York City, is currently having customers scan items on a barcode scanner built into the cart before placing them in it. The process helps to teach the AI system to identify the store's items. Anytime a business uses artificial intelligence and cameras, it raises questions about the customer's privacy and the impact on jobs. Beshri notes that the cameras in his shopping cart point down into the cart, so only a customer's hand and part of their arm will be captured on camera. Siddiqui said he envisioned grocery store cashiers shifting to roles where they freely float around stores and answer customers' questions, a format similar to the Apple Store. Yeah, this is I think they're right on the money with this, but in the hood, these shopping carts get often used as for picking up bottles and cans and moving around the goods of homeless people. So I wonder how far, what's going to happen, because it doesn't look like wheels have any locks to them.
I was going to say, I think okay. Either that or they'll have a GPS beacon on them somewhere.
Yeah, but even if it does, man, the guy's, 8 blocks away. I don't think he's going to give the cart back. I don't think he's giving that back. Especially if it's full of, because for sanitary issues as well, you would have to probably destroy the cart.
Yeah, well, definitely. I couldn't see repurposing it after it's been in God knows what type of conditions. I mean, that might be kind of like a cost they're willing to eat. It's kind of like Bird in a lot of ways, dude. Like, they wrote off the cost on a lot of scooters. I mean, in a lot of cases, man, they made their money back on it, on the initial purchase of it. And then if it went missing, they were just like, whatever. They would recover what they could, but
Yeah, cart recovery services are actually pretty lucrative because their carts are dumb. They don't have any sort of geolocation devices on them. But something like this would be very expensive to lose. I know here in Boston, we do see like, kids, who are wayward, throw the carts down the stairs just to break the magnetic link on them so that they don't leave the parking lot.
well, either that or what you do is you contract that job out, where if everything has a beacon on it, then you make it sort of like a bounty type of position where, let's just say, people can download an app and then they pull it up, and then any carts that are outside of the geofence location, a bounty goes up on them, right? And then let's just say the bounty's like what, I don't know, $250 or something.
It is. It's about that. A cart is about $700.
Okay, well, let's make it the going rate. You don't think there's people that would be out there who would take that as a contract gig? You just roll out there, claim, go. That's what I mean. But like for this type of stuff, you do it on some next level shit.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how a company hedges on it. They say, well, look, we'll make a cart reclamation a contract gig, that'll pay handsomely to reclaim our assets.
Yeah. Just do it with QR codes as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's all connected to the cloud, right? That's where all that edge computing comes from.
This is what all this shit leads to.
Yep. We got Nagon 11 from the Big Apple. What's going on, man?
Big bro.
What's going on? What's going on, folks? What's going down, man? What's happening?
Chilling.
Yeah, man. Just rolling in the crib here for a second. So I came in here just to see what's going on, and I see you guys are at now. This is, you're doing some carts. To bring me up to speed on this very quickly, because I'm a little I'm just trying to figure this one out here.
No, you good?
What kind of carts are these? Can you hear me? I don't know why, I must be breaking up.
Yeah, I can hear you. Where's Mike?
Mike, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I just muted myself.
Oh, there you go.
Oh.
He was asking what kind of carts these are. You were making reference to it.
These are smart carts. So the smart cart has a barcode scanner reader on here, so that when you put your goods inside the cart has a scale in the barcode reader, and you pass it through it to make the payment. And you can pay through iPhone or the Android Google Play pay system. And then you can walk out the store when the light on the cart turns green. If it turns red, it's because you probably shoplifted, probably ate some grapes or something without paying for them.
Well, I would think if they're probably going to shoplift, they might not have anything in the cart. They might have the stuff on them. You know what I mean? Instead of sitting in the cart. Yeah. I don't know. I don't see how.
Yeah, beware of people who go grocery shopping with big ass sweatpants.
yeah. Big ass sweatshirts, big ass. Yeah. I don't think that's going to stop a lot of that going on. I think having some decent store security and people looking at folks might be a better one, but I don't see how a cart is going to do that per se. I don't see it. I just think if somebody's going to steal something, they ain't going to put it in the cart.
Yeah. Well, you can't go out the store with that stuff anyways, but I mean, obviously, the cashiers that were traditional cashiers will be the ones floating around the store checking that type of stuff. So,
yeah.
This one is from Yahoo Finance. Is self-driving technology the future of trucking? With the shortage of truckers over the last 15 years, investors have recently put their money towards self-driving technology to continue profit from the trucking industry and cut costs. Caused by aging and lack of diversity, truckers move roughly 71% of freight tonnage in the US. Some companies believe that the answer is self-driving trucks. Plus, AI and TuSimple have already put self-driving trucks on American highways, while each raising at least $200 million from investors. The trucking industry generated $796.7 billion in revenue in 2018, which is $90 billion more than in 2017. Self-driving trucks should increase profits due to multiple factors. Plus.ai, which completed a coast-to-coast delivery with a self-driving truck in 2019, claims the technology would cut at least 15% in fuel efficiency costs. As with any AI automation, this would reduce the cost of paying human workers. Truckers earn in a mean wage of $21 and sorry, stupid. Oh, I want me to go back on it. Let me bring zone in. But yeah, Complex talked about this the other day on Friday's Hangout with King Sigma about the trucking industry and its attempt to automate it, and that it's coming whether you like it or not. So get ready. All right, this one is from electric.co. Heavy duty trucks and buses must go electric, says new report. Oh man, this is so small. The electrification of trucks and buses needs to be accelerated, says a new report released yesterday by the Union of Concerned Scientists, UCS. The UCS report, titled Ready for Work, Now is the Time for Heavy-Duty Electric Vehicles, states that there are currently about 28 million trucks and buses in the US, or 10% of all vehicles. They are responsible for 28% of the total carbon emissions in the transportation sector. Electric trucks, on the other hand, emit 44% to 79% less emissions than diesel trucks, depending on the type of vehicle. They have zero tailpipe emissions. Further, the ownership cost can be cheaper. Fuel and maintenance savings can offset the higher upfront cost of heavy-duty electric vehicles, making them cheaper than a diesel or natural gas vehicle over the life of a vehicle. Electrifying U.S. trucks would increase national electricity consumption by 13%, yet would reduce the total demand for energy by 71% due to the efficiency of electric vehicles. Like FedEx and Amazon, UPS is in the process of electrifying their fleet. And in June 2018, Electrek reported that UPS bought 1,000 electric vans from Workhorse. There are more than 70 models from 27 manufacturers of electric trucks and buses available now, or with production announced within the next 2 years. The UCS study says there are 3 policies that can accelerate in the electrification of trucks and buses, which will improve air quality. Financial incentives, investments in charging infrastructure, standards that increase the manufacture and purchase of heavy-duty electric vehicles. This is a no-brainer. Everyone has driven behind heavy-duty trucks and buses on the road with black diesel smoke spewing out their tailpipes. That's when you reach for the recycled air button in your car. And how about kids in school buses, which more often than not have their windows open, breathing in those toxic black clouds? There are a wide range of electric vehicles to choose from. It makes sense financially and environmentally. So let's use them. Yeah, I think Thai City has talked about, Volvo collecting all this data so that they can create, their own autonomous trucks and electrify them as well. We know that Volvo has almost been the leader in terms of electrified heavy duty trucks. So some of your biggest investments now would be in the trucking industry in terms of manufacturers. All right, this one is from businessinsider.com. Uber just quietly bought 600 acres of land to build a new test track for self-driving cars in Pittsburgh. An Uber affiliate has purchased nearly 600 acres of land near Pittsburgh to test self-driving car technology. The purchase marks the company's latest expansion of its autonomous driving efforts, which it resumed testing on public roads in Pittsburgh in December last year after suspending the program for 9 months following a fatal accident in Arizona. I can confirm that we've closed on the purchase of this land for the purpose of building a test track. Imperial Land Corp sold the 596-acre property to an Uber affiliate called Three Rivers Holdings LLC for $9.5 million. As for the next steps and timing for when the track will be up and running, we do not have details yet, but we'll have more to share in the coming months, Abu told the Pittsburgh Business Times. Pittsburgh has become the center of the company's self-driving car ambitions ever since it launched its Advanced Technology Center in the city in 2015, a division it created in partnership with Carnegie Mellon University. Uber has also developed a fake city called Almano in Pittsburgh for testing self-driving vehicles. The new nearly 600-acre track will employ roughly 200 people and include an observation deck, according to the report. Before purchasing the land, the new land, Uber had considered setting up a 400-acre test site in South Fayette Township in Pittsburgh, but ultimately rejected the plan. The Pittsburgh Business Times also reported the newly purchased land, which is in Findlay Township, is near the 1 million square root Amazon fulfillment center that's under construction. The new site is yet another indication that Uber is expanding its research into self-driving cars as it competes with rivals like Alphabet's Waymo, Tesla, Ford, and General Motors. In June, the ride-hailing giant unveiled a new self-driving car model it developed with Volvo that includes computer-controlled steering and braking systems. So, this is the vehicle that we're referring to right here. So,
I mean, we will at this point we welcome all challengers. Oh my God.
Zone, you have anything you want to contribute to this?
What up, Zone?
What's up, Complex? I guess maybe in 5 years, AI is going to be delivering us with Uber.
I would say so. I mean, it's only a few 100 square feet or 100 feet from Amazon's fulfillment facility that's going to be automated.
I mean, with that, you can actually take all those Amazon deliveries directly to someone's house, and then you can have that Amazon robot delivered to that garage. And with the Nest, you can have that package delivered to that inside a garage or something like that.
Yeah, there's going to be a whole lot of things that come out of this. I didn't know Pittsburgh was even a city at the point. I just thought that it just existed.
Well, what better way to get access to a traditional major metro, right? What better way to do that than do one that's over in like the Rust Belt, right? Where that's largely been impacted by cheap labor and the implosion of the steel industry here.
A lot of those sites, coal sites and whatnot, have been abandoned. So you got cheap land for pennies on a dollar.
Think about it. It makes sense to me, especially if I wanted to build a whole goddamn city, so that I can just have my little cars just driving around by themselves all day long, so I can just get data.
Yep.
I mean, the land probably only costs like $100,000 out there.
No, let me tell you something, dude.
It's going for pennies on a dollar. Remember, a lot of those companies that were there are now gone.
Dude, do you honestly think Uber like paid anything for that?
That's a tax write-off.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. What Uber did though, what they did do was they made promises. They made employment promises. So it was like it was an even exchange. You know, this is going to spur the economy, and what'll happen is that you're going to get other companies that'll then start to kind of flow and flock to that area, especially if these are going to be like subsidiary companies that are going to be working in, you know, on the projects and stuff like that. That brings people who are making you know, making good money to an area where they're going to then spend that money, right? See, so the city looks to accommodate this type of thing. You know, and I was breaking this down to King Sigma a couple nights ago. You know, and I was just kind of explaining, you know, how automation and things like that can impact the municipality. You see, so you have to look at having, you know, your politicians who are, dare I say, tech savvy. Okay, like you think Mike and I are fucking around when we push a technocratic agenda. Well, you got to understand why being tech savvy is important, particularly in a position of governance. Because, you know, this is coming whether you like it or not. However, someone who's in a position of governance, who's also tech savvy, can better facilitate the integration of this type of technology into a municipal environment, right? With very minimal disruption. I mean, with all things that are going to be new, there's going to be some form of or some level of disruption. However, but when you have somebody who will sell you the fuck out for pennies on the dollar because they know they're going to get compensated on the back end, you know, versus someone who's tech conscious and says, okay, well, look, I know the long-term impacts of this. So let's talk sensibly about this. You know, that's the difference between your typical Republican and Democrat versus a technocrat. Mike, am I wrong?
No, you're absolutely right. We're at the beginning of what a technocracy is going to look like. And unfortunately, a lot of Black people did not set themselves up in positions that would allow them to be a part of a growing technocratic society, where the nerds, you know, the pocket protectors and the bifocals and the Converse, beat up Converse sneakers and tight jeans, those are the people that are going to run your society. Laugh if you want, but it's happening now. All right, this one is from BusinessInsider.com. A California EV startup unveiled a fully electric semi-truck called Torque to compete with Tesla and Hyundai. This is a picture of it. Why does it look like something out of like a movie? It's, you know what I mean? It must have run flat tires from what I can gather.
Must be. That's just like a really heavy duty tires.
Mm-hmm. Look cool though. Automotive company.
It looks very, very aero efficient.
Mm-hmm. Automotive company Neuron EV has announced the Torque, its first fully electric semi-truck. The unveiling comes at a time in which more automakers have been diving into the idea and production of fully electric semi-trucks. A few months ago, Hyundai unveiled a semi-truck concept that runs on hydrogen. And next year, Tesla plans to begin its production of the Semi. While Neuron EV may not be as big of a name as Hyundai and Tesla, the California-based startup is still contributing to the new electric semi-truck revolution. Neuron EV Torque is a monumental leap forward in transitioning semi-trucks into the electric vehicle age, the automaker wrote in a statement. Neuron EV claims it sets new standards in clean energy vehicles by designing Torque to abolish greenhouse gas emissions and usher in an industry of cleaner commercial transportation. The automaker also claims Torque's battery electric propulsion system created in-house meets the needs of a non-electric semi-truck without the damaging of environmental effects. Parts of the body can be detached and attached, making it easier to expand the cargo hold and functionality according to its maker. Interesting. I like it's all futuristically and stuff like that. Just look like it came out of Demolition Man or something like that.
That does look pretty badass.
Yeah. The body has also been optimized for aerodynamic profile.
I told you, man, that has a very aero profile.
But how do you get into it? I don't see any doors or anything like that that unlocks.
I know, right?
I don't see anything.
Maybe
from the back or something, or the other side, maybe.
Yeah, it's kind of odd, man.
No, they go maybe the other side.
And maybe it only gets in from the driver's side and not from the passenger side.
Right.
Yeah, I would assume this is pretty heavy. Pretty heavy. I mean, a Porsche Taycan or even a Tesla Model S, man, those things are about 4,000 pounds. So I can imagine that this has to be way up there above a regular gas vehicle.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah.
But I wonder what's all up here. It can't be empty.
Where? What's all up where?
Open the upper part of the cab. It can't be empty.
It's probably a sleeper.
Yeah.
It's probably like a go up there.
There's a TV in one of the pictures down below.
Right. While it drives itself or something, you go up there and post up or something.
Interesting. Oh, here it is, right here, the inside. Yeah. So it seems that you get in from the back and not from the front. But I wonder what happens when you have a load hitched on the back.
Well, I think there's like a door in the back, but not like directly at the back, like on the back of the driver's side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is game changing, but there's only one seat in there.
Well, you don't really need someone else.
What happens when you need your friend, your play friend?
Oh, too bad. You gotta leave them behind.
Yeah, but you know.
No, she posts up in the upper cab, man.
Yeah.
The lizards. All right, that's interesting though. But see, you still need infrastructure behind something like this, right? I mean, how do you charge a vehicle that weighs that much? That's not going to be easy.
Well, I mean, see, the thing about it is, man, is that you can't see. Okay, across industries, there's a race, and then there's races within a race. Okay, and I'm not talking about skin color folks. So as a whole, there's a race to establish, like, to basically overlay an electrical automotive infrastructure, right, within the pre-existing, landscape. We're talking about taking advantage of pre-existing roadways, electrical infrastructure, stuff like that, right? So legislatively, there's a push to have legal statutes on the books that say, okay, this business is now open. Now, so on that end, you have your industry lobbyists. So these are industry versus industry competing against each other, because the pre-existing industry wants to ward and head off anything that may replace it or poses competition to it. Okay, now within those industries, you have companies that are developing charging ports and stuff like that, and they want to try to race to be the standard, or be a part of a conglomerate that establishes a standard, and then within that, they want to be the first to try to roll out as many as possible, right? So now they're competing with other manufacturers. Same as manufacturers of the trucks. They're like, okay, well, look, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and develop this and make it and try to start to secure lines of business now, hedging on everything else falling into place. So you kind of have to you have to do it. You can't really wait, because if you wait until other things start happening, then what happens is that those things happen, and the next thing you know, everybody's got some shit to put out there to take advantage of it at a moment's notice, and you're like, okay, great, now we're gonna start. You know what I mean? So they go ahead and just build the shit.
All right. Next on my docket is from ScienceAlert.com. NASA just unveiled its 2020 Mars rover. Sorry, piece of water. And we're beyond excited. Experience this out. The Mars 2020 rover, which sets off for the red planet next year, will not only search for traces of ancient life, but pave the way for future human missions. NASA scientists said Friday as they unveiled the vehicle. The rover has been constructed in a large sterile room for the jet at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena near Los Angeles, where its driving equipment was given its first successful test last week. Shown to invited journalists on Friday, it is scheduled to leave the Earth in July 2020 from Florida's Cape Canaveral, becoming the 5th U.S. rover to land on Mars 7 months later in February. It's designed to seek the signs of life, so we're carrying a number of different instruments that will help us understand the geological and chemical context of on the surface of Mars. Deputy Mission Leader Matt Wallace told AFP. Among the devices on board the rover are 23 cameras, 2 ears that will allow it to listen to Martian winds, and lasers used for chemical analysis. Approximately the size of a car, the rover is equipped with 6 wheels like its predecessor Curiosity, allowing it to traverse rocky terrain. Speed is not a priority for the vehicle, which only has to cover around 200 yards, 180 meters per Martian day, approximately the same as a day on Earth. Fueled by a miniature nuclear reactor, Mars 2020 has 7-foot long articulated arms and a drill to crack open rock samples in locations scientists identify as potentially suitable for life. It does look pretty neat. What we're looking for is an ancient microbial life. And we're talking about billions of years ago on Mars, when the planet was much more Earth-like, said Wallace. Back then, the red planet had warm surface water, a thicker atmosphere, and a magnetic force around it, he explained. And so it was much more conducive to the types of simple single cell life that evolved here on Earth at a time. Wallace said, once collected, these samples will be hermetically sealed in tubes by the rover. The tubes will be then discarded on the planet's surface, where they will lie until a future mission can transport them back to Earth. We are hoping to move fairly quickly. We'd like to see the next mission launched in 2026, which will go to Mars and pick up samples, put them into a rocket and propel that sample into orbit around Mars, said Wallace. The sample would then rendezvous with an orbiter, and then orbiter would bring the sample back to Earth. Why would they bring it back to Earth when they can just bring it back to the ISS? Seems like a waste of a trip.
Maybe for more research.
Yeah, but I think the purpose of the ISS is to do research in space. So
I think ISS doesn't have the large enough space to do the research for it.
Mhm.
I don't want to speculate too much.
Yeah, because it seems kind of weird that they will wait so, because they're talking about a next Mars mission. So that thing could be there for the next 10 years and don't even know it. Or it can even get blown over by dust.
Well, that's what I mean. I don't want to delve, too deep down that road. So yeah.
Or maybe the nuclear reactor will explode.
I'd be surprised that because it's at some point it's going to be left up there, so it's going to be contaminating.
Pretty much killing life on Mars.
Yeah,
Well, since it's nuclear, shouldn't that last for quite a while?
it's supposed to be 30 years.
30 years?
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's mini too. It's not some massive reactors. It's so small. But my point here in saying that is that at some point, I mean, you have to take that rover back, right? I mean, I think the stipulations of the United Nations is that you're not supposed to leave your junk up there anyways. You leave something like that up there, then any sort of research up there is going to be contaminated with nuclear energy.
Well, one of the issues is that Mars has such a small atmosphere, or relatively or almost no atmosphere at all, but it does have an atmosphere, a very light one. A lot of nuclear radiation is getting, a lot of radiation from the sun is getting through anyway. Mm-hmm. So that would be one of the things you would have to have is somewhat of a radiation shield as you walk around on the planet. Mm-hmm. If in a suit. Mm-hmm. So maybe that's Kate. Zone, what's up, baby?
Zone gone.
You.
All right. This one is from BBC.com. Satellite constellations, astronomers warn of a threat to view of the universe. All right, let me explain this out. From next week, a campaign to launch thousands of new satellites will begin in earnest, offering high-speed internet access from space. But the first fleets of these spacecraft, which have already been sent into orbit by U.S. company SpaceX, are affected images of the night sky. They are appearing as bright as white streaks, so dazzling that they are competing with the stars. Scientists are worried that future mega constellations of satellites could obscure images from optical telescopes and interfere with radio astronomy observations. Dr. Dave Clements, an astrophysicist from Imperial College London, told BBC News the night sky is a commons, and what we have here is a tragedy of the commons. The companies involved said they were working with astronomers to minimize the impact of the satellites. Why are so many satellites being launched? It's all about high-speed internet access. Instead of being constrained by wires and cables, satellites can beam internet access down to the ground from space. And if you have lots of them in orbit, it means even the most remote regions can get connectivity. To give you an idea of the numbers, there are currently just 2,200 active satellites flying around the Earth. But as of next week, the Starlink constellation, a project by U.S. company SpaceX, will start sending batches of 60 satellites into orbit every few weeks. This will mean about 1,500 satellites have been launched by the end of next year. And by mid-2020s, there could be a fleet of 12,000 satellites. UK company OneWeb are aiming for about 650 satellites, but this could rise to 2,000 if there is enough customer demand, while Amazon have a constellation of 3,200 spacecraft planned. In May and November, Starlink sent 120 satellites into orbits below 500 kilometers, but stargazers were concerned when the spacecraft appeared as bright white flashes on their images. Dara Patel, an astronomer at the Royal Observatory Greenwich, said, "These satellites are about the size of a table, but they are very reflective, and their panels reflect lots of sunlight, which means that we can see them in images that we take with telescopes. These satellites are also big radio wave users. And that means they can interfere with the signals that astronomers are using. So it also affects radio astronomy as well. She warns that problem will grow as the numbers of satellites in orbit increase. Dr. Clements believes the satellites could have a real impact on observations. They present a foreground between what we're observing from the Earth and the rest of the universe. So they get in the way of everything. And you'll miss whatever is behind them, whether that's a nearby potentially hazardous asteroid or the most distant quasar in the universe. He said it would be particularly troublesome for telescopes taking large surveys of the sky, such as the future large synoptic survey telescope, LSST, in Chile. All right. Yeah, you're gonna have these Luddites. You're gonna have these people who are, who want to have it their way and basically, get rid of all these cube-based satellites. But I think you can do a lot of your radio observation, from the moon. if they so wanted to. I mean, at some point they were going to put these cube-based satellites up there. They didn't put the design out for nothing. I mean, they're actually going to be useful.
I thought the whole entire point of them complaining was has to do with radio interference. Am I correct?
Yeah, from the radio telescopes and from the optical telescopes as well.
So couldn't they find a way to just share the radio frequency, like in a spectrum sharing or something like that?
To an extent, but the problem is radio telescopes push their signal through sine waves through the atmosphere. That's how they get their their ability to see, right, through sine waves. And the thing is, if the satellites are in the way of the sine waves, then it slows it down or it disrupts it. That's what they're saying. There's a lot of plausibility to it from my understanding, but when it comes to the advancement of technology, at some point this was going to happen. So yeah, there's going to be some disruption there, but I mean, what do you want them to do?
I gotta change the way how they calculate it, change the formula.
No, well, in my opinion, it's probably better to just put the radio satellites or the radio telescopes on the moon itself. Then you won't have that problem.
Mm.
Maybe that's a very expensive endeavor, but the way how I see it, there is no other way around it. If that's going to be a problem, what are you going to do? Take down 5,000 satellites? That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, there's no other options, and plus that's another moon trip.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, at some point they're going to put things on the moon. Why not just put the big radio telescope up there anyways? There's more than enough space up there.
I mean, you put everything there.
Yeah, all your observation equipment can sit on the moon. I mean, it's just a matter of building the robots that are going to be able to assemble it all together. But I guess that's very expensive. But it's expensive to keep it on the ground too, because that sort of technology gets aged really quickly. I mean, I think it ages every generation or something like that, every 18 to 20 years.
Yeah, true.
All right, this is from Black Enterprise Magazine. Gerald Moore Sr. committed to preparing Black boys for careers in STEM. Oh man, this is small font. Stupid advertisements. My latest startup in the Gerald Moore Online Technology School for Black boys, I have a goal of educating 10,000 young Black men and boys ages 8 to 16 per year online. The school's primary focus will be preparing Black boys for STEM professions by teaching computer science, coding, mobile app development, and website development. I also have a background in basic electricity, which I will also be including. Registration includes the Black Boys Read Book Club. I've also just published my book, Motivate Black Boys, How to Prepare Your Sons for Careers in STEM. I'm a cybersecurity engineer, and in this line of work or any of the engineering sciences, Black men are not very well represented. In my 20-year career, I'm typically the only Black man in the room. I have not seen much growth in Black man representation over that time, but I have seen the tremendous growth of Black women in engineering and information technology. This is why my personal focus is on preparing Black boys and young men for success in STEM. Coaching youth sports is another way I'm preparing Black boys for success. I have been fortunate over the years to have many of my players go on to get degrees in the STEM fields. Many of them have stated to me that I introduced them to how even in sports, higher level math and science were involved in how we played the game. If you've ever played for me, you have a clear understanding of what an engineer is and how he's not some nerd who can't play ball or doesn't listen to hip hop. I have helped young Black men at this point earn well over $1 million in athletic scholarships, and I'm very proud that most of them graduate and understand the importance of giving back to their communities. What I am most proud of in life is that I have become a man that is respected in my community and a father that is revered by my children. My father used to talk to me about respect and how to earn it. And as a Black man, it's important that people respect you. He also told me to never let anyone disrespect me. Over time, as life happens, and I have learned the importance of having respect, this leads me to live my life a certain way that has provided me opportunities which, as a young teen on a negative path, would have never happened for me. I am very proud of the man that I've become. I have 5 children. My oldest son, Joe Jr., received a full athletic scholarship to Ohio University. My oldest daughter, Andrea, is currently a senior in high school and has multiple full ride scholarships for tennis and academics. My middle daughter, Lauren, is an extremely talented drummer and singer-songwriter. Her band has won many talent competitions. My youngest boy-girl twins are also uniquely gifted. Jada, my daughter, is an extremely gifted dancer, and Jordan is on track to follow his brother to athletic stardom. When I look at my children and all that they are accomplishing, sometimes I sit at my desk and cry because I'm proud that I have been there every step of the way. How have you turned struggle into success? The best example I could give of how I turned struggle into success is becoming a teenage father at 17. I was always smart enough to know that I did not want to be a statistic growing up, but that was once the path I was on. By 13, I had dealings with the police. By 15, I was on probation and had to do a scared straight program in Rochester, New York. I didn't even know Black people lived in Rochester, New York. My best friends growing up were dealing drugs, and I had become a product of my environment. I was a D student and going nowhere fast. However, I was a star athlete, and sports gave me a structure and good men I respected in my life, which may have been a saving grace. In the Black community, what comes with athletic stardom? Girls. In my senior year of high school, I fathered a son, Gerald Jr. To make matters more difficult, I ended up with full custody of him at 3 months old. This probably saved my life, as I knew at that moment that a lot of what he would be able to do with his life would be predicated on the precedent that I set. By my senior year of high school, I was getting up and getting myself together, dressing my son and dropping him off with the daycare provider every morning, going to football practice every day after school, and working a part-time job. That was a real struggle, and where I learned the definition of perseverance. Here I am, 18 years old, living out every negative stereotype and statistic for young Black males. However, growing up with a father at home, I knew that I had to make an immediate change. During my senior year of high school, I had colleges recruiting me to play football, but because of my low GPA, I was eliminated from most of the opportunities. Also, with a child, how could I even make it work? I remember talking to a recruiter on the phone, and he asked if I were to come to the school, what would I major in? I said electronics engineering, and he laughed at me. I graduated in 1995 with a bachelor's of science degree in electronics engineering technology from Norfolk State University. I have a successful 20 plus year career as an engineer. I have launched several small business startups, and I have impacted many successful young Black men, most importantly, my first son, and I was just a baby myself when he was born. I say all the time, we grew up together. I don't know if I would have the type of focus that I do now without him being my driving force to be successful. My greatest role model would have to be my father. My father was a great man with many flaws, and I am grateful to have had the opportunity to learn great life lessons from his life and his words. My father had a saying, "Do as I say, not what I do." Somehow I got this message, as my father has had his struggles with alcoholism and drug addiction. To date, I have not done either. The most important thing that my father did for me is showed me how to work hard. I don't remember a time where my father was not working. He went to work from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m., then came home and worked until midnight in his own auto shop in our garage. From him, I learned how to work hard, the value of hard work, and how to provide for my family. My father was musically and technically gifted. These gifts have filtered through me and onto my children. My dad said to me, "It's not the responsibility of the school to educate you, but because the school does not know you, nor can it cater to your interests." This was really important as I learned to teach myself the things that I wanted to learn, which meant I did a lot of reading on my own and enjoyed absorbing knowledge of things that I was interested in. I was a D student in high school, and none of the teachers knew that I was putting in this type of work on my own and had far surpassed what they were teaching. I was reading engineering books in the 9th grade and had far surpassed what they were teaching. I was reading engineering books in 9th grade and designing and installing complex audio systems by 10th grade. My dad passed away last July at age 70. I'm grateful to have had him in my life and the opportunity to learn from his wisdom and his shortcomings. Definitely my greatest role model. How are you paying it forward to support other Black males? I believe that I have a responsibility to give back to the community that I birthed and nurtured me. I am nothing without all of the Black men that poured into me, especially my father, uncles, and coaches. These people are the reason I have been so successful. They are a big part of why behind my mission of preparing Black boys to succeed in life. Therefore, the Gerald Moore Online Technology School for Black Boys and its mission to develop a new generation of computer scientists, engineers, and app developers and designers is how I pay it forward. Also, my Black Boys Read book club and its mission to make it cool for Black men to read. I have several young men that I mentor, and I have helped many young Black men get scholarships to college. I am all about preparing Black boys for success. How do you define manhood? My definition of manhood is a simple one. It's that point where you take control of your own life, taking full responsibility of your own actions, and are accountable for those who depend on you for support and stability. SYSBM. Now, this happens at different ages and stages for men. Some, very few, reach this point at 18. Some never reach this point. I feel I really achieved manhood at age 27 when I first felt in total control and in command of my life and where I was headed. What do you like most about being a Black man? There is certain power in mystique that I love. That comes with being an intelligent Black man. It's really hard to quantify, but I feel it when I enter a room. It's that it factor. Being a Black man also comes with struggle of having to do, be, and give more and still not be considered equal. However, I thoroughly enjoy breaking the stereotype of what or who the Black man is perceived to be. What I love most about being a Black man is having the love and adoration of a Black woman. There is nothing more powerful than how I feel with the support of the Black woman in my life. When I say I'm going to do something and she says, baby, you can do it, I am invincible. I'm invincible in that moment. Interesting.
I know what that's like.
Interesting. So this guy is more brain trust than more Black brain trust than we can even imagine.
Yeah, I yeah, I can. I agree.
Yeah, that's brain trust all the way. This very much wow. This is my sentiments exactly. Wow, Mike, killer stuff. This is what we're about.
I mean, literally everything that he's talked about in there, isn't that what we do here?
Yep.
This is what we're about.
Literally.
This is what we're about. Very strong, man. Very strong. That's strong. It's butter laid. Very strong.
Now, Carl, you help out with the children's zone in Harlem, right?
Definitely do. There's another project that I'm going to be working on coming this early spring of 2020 that I'm working on with a colleague of mine, and I'm looking to really amp up. There's a lot of great stuff going on over there, and it's spreading out in some other areas. They're in the Bronx, and there are a couple of places in Queens also that this is opening up to. So yeah, man, this is highly butter laden. A lot of good stuff is going on the mentorship and tutorial piece. And we definitely have to play a bigger role, I would say, in that. I see more people looking or expressing interest to come aboard. And, you do have to get, fingerprinted and the whole thing with the state of making sure you don't have any crimes against children or rape or this kind of stuff like that, so they got to check your background. But, outside of that, anybody else can get involved, and, we should, we definitely should be doing that, especially for young Black boys as well. It's something that's pretty close to me, and it's close to others. And this is something that I think we should be spending a lot more time on the street with. I know we talk a lot of stuff here in the manosphere, but I think as far as us going out there and doing it, we definitely need more people getting involved with boots on the ground kind of stuff.
Yeah, I agree with him 100% on how he defines manhood. And it's a shame when you come in the manosphere that guys don't find this consistent at all. His values are right exactly where the brain trust is. I have to find him. I have to track him down and actually get him an account here.
I think a lot of people define manhood on, if you fight another guy, you're looking to get aggressive with somebody else and fight somebody or curse at some other guy online. And and talk crazy and all that. Which is that's just pure bullshit. Mm-hmm. But we should be setting better examples of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. We got Dr. Felix on the panel.
Welcome, sir.
Hey, good evening, everyone.
The Surgeon General, what's up, baby?
What's going on? No, I like it. I it all, and just as a set aside, it's kind of funny because technically you listen to a story, it's kind of an outlier, because it's kind of a Pookie reform story, if you will. But however, not saying that to throw shade at the brother, but I am saying that his story is very much an outlier. Because reading the article, he also kind of admits to an extent that he became a ball player because he got the girls. And so we know that black males go into certain professions, certain industries, because simply it gets you the female attention, if you will. But again, that's how you end up at 18 years old, a father. Because these girls are looking at you as a come up, you're a check.
Yep.
And they ain't got no problem clinging on to a young brother that they think is gonna go pro at some point. Back in those days where you used to be able to go straight from high school to pro. So I mean that's always the thing. But however, like I said, for myself, and I think we did this panel a while back with I think it was a MOT and the gun was the three of us were talking, and I kind of explained quite a bit about how for me initially the whole med school thing just wasn't in my radar. Well, it always been on my radar, but I wasn't at a point early in my life where I was ready, where it became something of a very feasible thing for me, because I was just kind of wasn't in that space at the time. And it did take me meeting a very specific brother who I spoke about before, who's a retired Air Force pilot, but he's also a retired family physician. And it was, his talking with him that really remotivated me to really, to seriously take another look at medical school. So, I definitely cannot stress the importance, of brothers finding mentors, especially the earlier you get them, the better. Because again, it keeps you from making those fatal mistakes early in your life. The mistakes you can't take back. That's why you get a lot of brothers in the space. They ended up 18, 19 years old with children with a woman you absolutely hate. So, again, finding brothers like the one the brother talked about, very early in your life, is very much the difference between you making some life altering mistakes versus making those changes you need so you can become a more productive person. More importantly, you can pay it forward to the next generation. And so I just wanted to put that in there. And I wanted to also add something, because there was a brother in the chat that was talking about joining the military. I've talked about this before, and there was a couple other brothers that, in the trust that have also talked about this before. I would not be so quick to jump into the military just because you think it's an immediate paycheck. I don't want to put this brother on blast like that, but I want to say, do your homework. Don't just jump into something because a recruiter is telling you have, you can do this, you can do that, you go make this, you can make that. Look, when I joined, I was an E3, I already had some college credits and stuff like that. But, the pay for enlisted, brother, is not that good. I don't care. I don't care what time I don't care. This is the 21st century. This is 2019, 2020, if you will. The pay for enlisted is never going to be nowhere near as good as an officer. The lowest level, the lowest ranking officer makes as much as the highest ranking enlisted. And I say that to say, if you want to go to college and you want to make some money, brother, really consider an ROTC program. Get accepted into a program in college. Join the ROTC. Pretty much every one of your state schools, many of your public schools, especially your Jesuit ones, very much have ROTC programs on campus. You can get involved. These folks will pay for your college. You can still get commissioned as an officer. You go to OCS school. And the good thing about it, when you're in, you still get the damn GI Bill, and they already paid for your damn college education. Now, if I could do it all over again, that's the way I would have did it. In fact, it would have been highly likely I probably would have took a Dark Man or Ray Alexander's route to medical school.
All my friends who I went to school with, who went into ROTC, they all took that path at Syracuse, and they all did very well. And not only did they get money for school, but hey, if you want to come out and then because the school thing is definitely, you have to give some time back to the military if they're going to pay for your education, but they'll snap you up in a heartbeat to get accepted into those programs. And certainly if your grades and everything else like that are up to snuff. And for those who go through the ROTC program, come out, you go into officer training school, you become an officer and all that, you come out, you do your time. They you don't have to come up with a down payment for a house. They'll cover you on that, all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, the bennies that you can get from that perspective are awesome. They actually are. People have their issues with the military and how it's being utilized, and just being an arm as being an arm of the corporations and so forth. Is there truth to that? Hell yeah, there is. But that's why I think what Dr. Phoenix is really saying is pretty smart. You have to really look at what you have to study this thing and take a look at what you're really looking to kind of get into. There's pros and cons. So, you can look at this in a lot of different ways, but it is a very viable track if you think through this thing properly. I know a lot of people thought they were going to just go right to school when they enlisted in the military, and I enlisted in, and they're going to pay for my
That's
school.
exactly what happened to me.
And it didn't really work out like that.
That's exactly what happened to me. I thought I would continue my studies, and you know what happened? I joined a couple years after 9/11. So it was, I was right in them. I remember when I was in San Antonio in AIT, this was right in, near the beginning of the war, the invasion in Iraq. And, they already had SF recruiters trying to recruit young medics to be 18 Deltas and stuff like that. So, I say that to say, man, is that if you're caught up in a deployment cycle, brother, you will never go to school. If you think you go to school, if you're in a quick I was in the 10th Mountain Division. And Nagon should know where that's at. That's not too far from where he went to school at, about an hour away.
Yeah.
So I was in the 10th Mountain Division. Anyone's familiar with that division know that is considered what we call a QRF, a Quick Reaction Force Division, meaning that anything happens worldwide, they have to be in the air within 12 hours. So when you're in a division like that, as part of the 18th Airborne Corps, when you're in a division like that, you're in one of these, and I know for this brother, he was in the Navy, so it would be better for him. I think he was talking about joining the Navy, excuse me. He would probably have more time devoted to that. But understand, you are in a state of perpetual war. So anything can be considered war, brother. So you can be at sea for 6 months, 8 months on end. Yep. So just keep that in mind. Like I said, I don't want to, not trying to put the brother out there, but I am saying be smart about your choice of going into the military. Talk to some brothers that have been in the military, especially the ones that joined on the enlisted side, and see what they really tell you. Because I don't know a brother yet that joined enlisted that will ever tell a young brother consider joining the military, and I'm assuming this brother is young, to ever join as enlisted. Always join as an officer. It is the best way to go. You're gonna reap the best benefits, and the younger you are, the better it is for you.
Yeah. I think Soul Shade is like 15 or something like that. I think he's barely legal.
Well, his parents still have to sign the damn papers, because you can't. If you're under 17, you can't join without parental signature. So, like I said, I don't know how old the brother is, but I would just encourage him, really talk to some brothers, who've been in the military. And I would say, if you're looking to get your school, go do the Air Force. That's my honest opinion. The best way to go about the military, do the Air Force.
Yep.
So. Yeah,
the PT, the personal train, not the personal training, the fitness. You basically just have to put one pants leg on at a time, and that's it.
Hey, look, I was a PT. Hey, I was a PT stud in the Army, man. I used to get my 270 minimum on the PT test.
Wow.
Because you max out at 300, but I used to have my little PT stud patch. I can run the 2 mile in like 12 minutes. So I mean, obviously.
Oh, you could run a 2 mile in 12 minutes?
Oh yeah, brother.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's damn good.
That's fast.
Yeah.
Damn good. That's 6 minute mile.
Oh, shit. He's from Chicago, so he's used to running.
He's used to picking them up and putting them down. Yeah. That's true. Yeah.
No, I said this. I said to this brother, like If you want to, brother, you can talk to me offline. There's a lot of other brothers that come on the panel, that they're former military too, man. I really encourage you, man, talk to some brothers that been military, certainly been on the enlisted side, so you have a good understanding, brother, because I'm telling you, I don't care what your branch is. The only ones I would truly say that are safe as enlisted is for sure the Air Force, by far the Air Force. So, I would say, talk to some brothers that have been in the military, been on the enlisted side, and and really get their opinions, really pick their brains, see what their experiences were like. Because, brother, I was caught up in I was caught up in the middle of the Iraq War, and that's how I ended up in Fallujah. I'm telling you, man. I just say it like that. So, again, and I think this is, just going, to kind of tie this back in with the article. I mean, this is kind of what really attracted me to the brothers at the Black Brain Trust, is because this is what you all do here. You give brothers mentoring and just help them develop these real life skills. And I know the military is oftentimes one of those big opportunities for brother. And obviously I've talked about brothers should consider it, but you gotta have a plan. I mean, you really do have to have a plan. You cannot be successful at this if you don't have a plan.
Yep.
Yeah, I knew a lot of guys who talked about it, and like I said, since I was around that milieu, certainly in school, you heard a lot of people talking about going into the military, and a lot of these guys went in who went in as EMs. Listen, man, and they did not get the school that they wanted. That didn't happen like that. So I think Dr. Phoenix is really dropping it right on your head right there. That's where it's at. So the military will, since they are short on numbers as well, they're promising people anything. Will that recruiter lie to you possibly? Yeah, they just might to get you in. Yeah, they just might.
Recruiters like used car salesmen, man.
Well, keep in mind, these folks are, they're trained by the APA, they're trained by the folks on Madison Avenue, but more importantly, when I was joining, man, they had this thing, man. When I joined, man, they would just let any kind of dude. They would let anybody in, man. Criminal record, either get, you send before the judge. He gives you an option. Either you go take your ass and serve Uncle Sam, or we go throw your ass under the jail. Those were kind of options a lot of cats were getting, and these recruiters were getting these dudes out of jail sentences in lieu of military service. So, like I said, that's why you had that big purge a few years back, where the Army specifically was cleaning out a lot of their ranks because they had a lot of cats in that they didn't want in, and two, because understand something, when you get promoted in the military, you have a certain number of people in every rank. And so if you got a bunch of unwanted people in those ranks, that means the younger people that are trying to move up the rank can't be promoted. So you have to have a certain number of spaces in every rank clear to promote other groups of folks to the next rank. And so the Army had a lot of clutter, and they started clearing out folks. And I know this was true of certainly some of the other branches, but definitely true of the Army. So.
Yeah, I actually saw that, man. What's up, guys? How y'all doing? It's Josh.
What's going on, brother? Peace.
What's up, man? Hey, I just wanted to say, yeah, I totally agree with what you said. Everything when it comes to the military, Dr. Phoenix. But one thing I will add, if you're looking to get into IT, also do some research on that, because 25 series is hot right now. Well, last I checked. Which is a Signal, which is IT. Yeah. You can get certifications for free. All that, anything dealing with IT, depending on your MOS, you can get those certifications, all that stuff for free. They give you vouchers, all that stuff. To take courses as well as get those certifications. So I just wanted to throw that in there and add that. Yeah, and hey, thank you for your service, Dr. Phoenix. I did 15 years.
Please don't tell me that. I hate that.
I hate it too, man. But no, I did 15 years in the Army as well.
Okay.
It was all. My time was reservist.
Okay.
I deployed twice. I went to Iraq, Afghanistan. Made it back home safe or whatever. But I was a logistics guy, so. yeah, I was supplying ammunition and stuff like that because I actually switched over as an ammo guy. So that was
Okay.
my last job when I got in 89 Bravo or
So,
whatever when
so
I
you
got out. So
you was like supply.
yeah, ammo dog.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
But you're absolutely right in regards to the IT. IT is always going to be booming in the military because they can't keep IT folks around long enough once they get those certifications, and specifically that security clearance, because you can make so much damn money with a military background, security clearance, and IT as a contractor. I had a homeboy, you know, years ago, man. His wife, they were out in Las Vegas. His wife was she was in optometry school, and he was a contractor. He was former Air Force, and this dude was just making tons of damn money. Just they when you're a veteran and you have that IT background and you have the security clearance and these other certifications, man, those defense contractors come after you with some with some.
And just to put it in people perspective that are younger and don't know, I'm a prime example of government contracting.
Complex is in the
I could
background.
give you. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, bro.
I'm sorry. So I mean, I use myself as a prime example. And I'm not making this anymore, so it doesn't matter. That's why I don't mind saying it. But at one point, while I was contracting in Afghanistan with security clearance, all that good stuff, IT background, I was making 220,000. I know guys that were making 300,000, 400,000 in Iraq. And I understand, it's a war zone, but at the same time, you can get into that business of government contracting easier with military background and that security clearance as well as security plus certifications.
Oh yeah, you hit that right in the head because I'm looking at some contracts right now on the security side of the game, and I'm talking with a brother who actually is a veteran, and they definitely are given priority to veterans who on the contracting side. There's no doubt about that, no doubt. And I think that's kind of enterprise wide. It seems.
Yeah, it is. What was it? The brother that did the what's the website? Black Avenger. Him and I were talking, and him and I were talking in a chat a few days ago. And he was talking about when he was in Iraq, he was a contractor. He was making over 300 grand. So I mean, the money is there because he has a pretty extensive IT background, and when he was doing contract work in the for the military for these defense contractors, excuse me, he was making over 300 grand. So I mean, I absolutely concur, and I can tell you, even as a medic, folks were coming to me. I had groups like Blackwater coming to me back in the day. They're like, well, if you're getting out, come give us a holler. They were offering contracts for like 4-6 months just in Iraq, and they were paying you over six figures. So and most of that money back in those days was tax free. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah, some of those Blackwater guys were getting 650 grand on a contract.
Well, I was an EOD medic, so I knew cats that were part of EOD, which is the bomb squad, and they would go get the EOD training, come out, go do it with one of these paramilitary companies like Blackwater, and I knew a couple of them cats over there making 700 grand tax free.
Oh, I knew a guy who went over there. His name was Scott. They call him Scotty Bod. He was over there running around. He pretty swole. Pretty deezed up cat. And he was, and he stepped off. He left the military. Came out, wasn't really doing that well outside of the military civilian life, and he became a contractor with Blackwater. And this guy was making close to 100,000 a month. Now he was involved in some ill stuff. He had, he was in it pretty deep as far as counterintelligence and some warfare and some of this kind of stuff he was involved with. But he was making as a basically as a paid contractor or as a paid mercenary. I think that's ultimately what that really was all about. And he was making ridiculous money for he wasn't that great. He wasn't that great educated. He came out of school and all, but this guy wasn't any genius. But that's he would have never made that money in civilian life outside of outside what the military was offering. So he was about there 2 years. He was clocking serious money. I mean, he was taking some risks, but he was clocking. Let's just put it like that.
Yeah, I see Gabe is in the chat, and what's up, Gabe? And he said the good thing about those government clearances is that you can acquire them as a civilian also. I don't think you can acquire top secret clearance as a civilian that easily.
No, those are strictly within the realm of military service.
Yep.
And part of the problem with getting as a civilian, it can be really costly, which is why they tend to prefer veterans with that background.
Yep. Because a clearance could take 2 years for a background check review. So
yeah, they go through your entire damn life with a fine-tooth comb. So
yeah,
it's actually like $500,000 for the clearance. Last I remember.
Yeah, it's around
for the whole background check.
Yep.
It's like $500,000.
Yep.
Yeah. It costs an insane amount of money to get those security clearances, which is why, like I said, they do typically like to have veterans with that IT intelligence background. Because like I said, I know a couple cats that used to do it. I know some cats that were JAG, and these cats are like partners of some major law firms in this country. And they clock in some big bucks just simply because they had that background, they had security clearances and stuff like that. So yeah, it's very lucrative. So I know we were talking about that and sort of how this brother's doing all his mentorship. So to the brother in the chat, you just got a lot of game right there.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think Gabe says again, you can acquire a top secret clearance as a civilian. Definitely, a company will sponsor you with the correct clearances. The problem is you're not thinking about the cost. If it comes down between you and a veteran who already has a clearance, guess who gets the role?
Yeah. The veteran, he's definitely a priori all the way.
Yeah, because the companies have to foot that bill. If you're coming in without a clearance, if you already have a clearance, they don't have to worry about it because it's already funded by the government already. So
yeah, because I've had MIT Lincoln Laboratories reach out to me several times, and they said, we wish you had a clearance because we will get you in, tomorrow or next week or something like that. But it takes 2 years, and they said they could not afford to wait that long. Go to roll, so they rather just go ahead and go find the other guy. So, and they require top secret clearance. They're not secret clearance, but top secret.
Not a lot of people are walking around with that.
Well, because I mean,
the chat is apparently walking around with.
Who?
Yeah.
Who? Gabe?
Yeah, Gabe is walking around with a top secret clearance.
I think Gabe's walking around with all kind of clearances.
But I think Gabe has been in the game for a bit, and he kind of sound like he kind of got into the game very early in the process. But now that because you have a lot of brothers now, or just veterans in general that are around his age, or even our age, that many of them are just about to either close to retiring from the military, or about have already retired from the military, and they come out of the military with all these years of experience, with these certifications, with the security clearances. I mean, they're gonna take top priority because many of these places, they do what they call a preference. It's like a veteran's preference or whatever. And so usually you get spotted because government stuff usually goes on a point basis, and so generally they spot you at least 10 points if you're a veteran off back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So if you got into it early, that's good. But if you get into it, but the military, best way to get it going. So
yeah, I would certainly say to any brother, like if you go do enlisted, if you can become a signal like Josh was saying, I absolutely on board. I'm on board with that because I mean that's good return on investment. I mean, you ain't go spend the money of You're not going to spend the money going to going to schools and, getting in, getting all these certifications, and you can get it while you're in and let the military pay for it. Hey, you'll come out making bank. I mean, getting a degree would just really be secondary to that purpose.
Well, let's also keep it a buck. Not everybody is designed for military life. I think Coach Kels was in the chat. She was saying how she had gotten into there and she didn't like how the uniforms were or something else like that. And I know that there are others who may have gotten into the military and just other things they may not have liked for many different reasons. It's just, I don't know if military life is for everyone. So I'd like to put that up there and say, hey, listen, we've definitely some veterans that are here. Let me see. Like the Phoenix is just definitely one of them. And did very well. Like all, my roommate from college, fraternity brothers, and all that. They were all in the military. It worked out really well for them. But a lot of the guys, and young ladies. I had an ex-girlfriend. She was in ROTC. She dropped out and all that stuff. So it's tough. You have to. There's a certain mindset.
No, I agree. I would just keep it really honest. No, the military is not for everyone, but I definitely think for women they should be a bit more cautious than men. Again, there's just a certain lifestyle that you have to live in the military that, in all honesty, men are probably better equipped and suited for. So I'll just say that much. Not to say that women couldn't be successful in these kinds of environments. However, I do think overall men are just better equipped in that regard because it's a very masculine environment. It's probably the last bastion of true masculinity in this country. So I mean, and even that's being eroded.
I would have. I think it's the nature of the beast. It gets down to a real thing. We start at the end of the day, your military. At the end of the day, when it's all said and done and broken down to its least common denominator, it comes down to can you get on that battlefield and do battle? That's what this thing comes down to. So, that's why men are going to be more suited for that. I know a lot of women out here. You see a lot of stuff on TV, women running around shooting guys up, beating them up, and all that bullshit. But reality is something totally different.
Just make sure. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, just make sure though, if you do make that decision and sign that contract, follow through with it. Just go on and go through it. You don't want to get a dishonorable discharge.
Yeah, it doesn't look good.
Mike's breaking up there, Josh.
Yeah, I agree with you. He's right. Yeah, that dishonorable discharge. That's like having a criminal record.
It is having a criminal record. It's technically it's classified as a felony, and Josh makes a very good point. But I will also say too, if you are interested in the fields of STEM, the military, believe it or not, is actually a very good place, especially if you're already a student and you might be looking at some loans. I mean, engineers. You have the Army Corps of Engineers. I mean. Again, although I wouldn't say their best work was in Josh's neck of the woods, but we're not going to talk about that. They.
I know what you're talking about.
I mean, the military is one of a lot of folks don't understand. The military has one of the largest R&D budgets of any organization in this damn country. They do. I mean, it's a very good pathway, into some of the organizations like DARPA, NASA, stuff like that. Because I remember when I graduated from my undergrad program, there were students who went through very specific training and fellowships with the Department of Defense that ultimately led them to getting jobs out in like places like Fort Carson and stuff like that. So, I mean, very viable, but again, it's kind of somewhat of a catch-22.
Yeah, let me reread this again, for those in the chat who are just coming along. How do you define manhood? My definition of manhood is a simple one. It's that point where you take total control of your own life taking full responsibility of your actions, and are accountable to those who depend on you for support and stability. Now, this happens at a different age. This happens at different ages and stages for men. Some, very few, reach this point at 18. Some never reach this point. I feel I really achieved manhood at age 27 when I first felt in a total control and in command for my life and where I was headed. That, I know people have been tossing around this term SYSBM the last 7 days or so, but this is typically what SYSBM is about: saving yourself. Look out for your own best interest first, and the definition of manhood is exactly what aligns best with the acronym. So people should really read this article in their spare time, man. I think that it's very important. It's really, really consistent with what we do here. And for whatever reason, we do a healthcare hangout, and I got one planned for Saturday as well. After seeing some stuff today, Black people are so lowly represented in healthcare, man. It's ridiculous, man. Unless you're like a front end admin, no one's there in the back doing the hard labor of being a doctor and a nurse. All the nurses are foreigners. All the doctors are foreigners. It's like
You have about a third of all positions in this country are non-U.S. citizens, usually here on H-1B visas. Most of them come from either the Middle East, they're East Indian, or they're Chinese.
That's my doctor. Yeah, my doctor is actually Chinese.
Yeah, that's where they're all coming from. Like I said before, when I went through my BSN program, the guy that taught the genetics class that we had to take was a Chinese doctor. He was an immigrant. So he was here on the H-1B visa. He taught our genetics course. So I mean, you go to any college, you go on any college campus, you look at any chemistry, math, any of the pretty much any of your STEM related departments, you can bet at least half the faculty are non-U.S. citizens. So in the healthcare sector, I think I talked about this before. You got about 1.4 million or so active physicians in this country. About 3% of them are Black. So just to put this in there, and if you to subdivide that category, about 1.2, 1.3% of them are Black males.
Yep.
So I mean, it's a very small, minute number. You have about 4 million or so nurses in this country. 80% of them are white females. About another 10% are Black females, and then the rest is kind of and about another 10% are are males, and then you kind of throw in, you kind of mix in some of the other groups, but very small percentages of Black representation. And certainly in the field of nursing, most of your nurse practitioners, your CRNAs, your nurse scientists are white, or they're Asian, You go to those elite nursing schools like at Yale, Duke, Emory, NYU. Those folks are usually Columbia, usually Asian and white, specifically from Korea or Thailand.
Yep. Philippines as well.
Yep. You don't see them as much here where I'm at, but certainly if you go out west, you will. There's a very heavy Filipino nursing presence out west, where Complex neck of the woods. I think Zone is out there too.
So. Here in New York, they are running syndicate. They're running syndicate. Yeah. The Filipinos, my God, they are running syndicate. They're coming over here literally to take over the industry. Them and you have some of the Jamaicans and some of the Haitians coming in here as nurses, trying to give them a little bit of a run, but it really is these Filipinos. They ain't playing. That's their plan. Come over here, get in nursing programs, get into all these hospitals, nursing homes, and everything, and just take over. And that's what they do.
Well, Zone, you're Filipino, right?
No, my parents are from Laos.
Oh, okay, that's right.
So you're familiar with Hmong, because where I'm at, we got a lot of Hmong where I'm at. In fact, one of my good friends who went through my BSN program with me, he's Hmong. So, because there's a huge Hmong presence here in the Midwest. I think there's some out there, out in the West, but mostly here in the Midwest is where you find them.
Were you in like Michigan or something?
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin? Yeah, that's sure they do have a high population there.
They, you know, it's funny because the Hmong live among Black people here. So, you know, that's kind of interesting. But that's a little interesting dichotomy for another discussion for another day. However, you know, when you see the populations of folks in these, you know, who are directors of clinics, you know, these nurse practitioners with these doctorate degrees, these nurse scientists with these PhDs, Black folks are sorely underrepresented. Because you gotta remember this about nurses in particular. I said there are about close to 4 million or so nurses in this country. Less than 1% of them have doctorates.
Mm-hmm.
So you do the math. That lets you know just the Black folks you see are literally the only Negroes in the room.
Yeah, like this article says right here. I mean, with this brother, he said he's in IT, you know, and he's the only guy in the room. He gets the stares, you know, he gets underestimated and underappreciated. But I want to go to the next part of the article where he says, how are you paying it forward to support other Black males? I believe that I have a responsibility to give back to the community that birthed and nurtured me. I am nothing without all of the Black men that poured into me, especially my father, uncles, and coaches. These people are the reason I have been so successful. They are a big part of the why behind my mission of preparing Black boys to succeed in life. Therefore, the Gerald Moore Online Technology School for Black Boys and its mission to develop a new generation of computer scientists, engineers, app developers, and designers is how I pay it forward. Also, my Black Boys Read Book Club and its mission to make it cool for Black men to read.
So much of it is our educational system, boys. So we just, you know, you had the breakdown of the family, the single mama and all that. She ain't helping her sons to read and all this. That ain't that. We can see that a lot of that is not happening. Though some of it is, it's not happening at the levels that we need to have it. And our institutions, our schools. And so when I see a lot of these people complain and, oh yeah, you know, we Black men, we gotta do something with this educational system that we have in our community.
Well, King Tells is in the background.
And these brothers and these sisters, y'all, it's not on one. Everybody's got to get a pitch in hand and get involved in this baseline education game. And that's where we're losing. Okay, you know, the government cut out Head Start and everything else like that because they do that. You want to get someone an advantage there. But we're gonna have to really invest, and people have to stop talking a lot of smack and really get involved in that, because that's where a lot of this is being missed. You know, these kids from 1st to 5th grade, forget about it. You know,
well, I got a young brother I'm working with now. Actually, he just finished up his first semester, damn near a straight A student. He's sitting at about a 3.8, and you know he's done so well in his courses so far that he was approached by a professor, a neuroscientist, who was asking if he would be interested in doing research. And typically, to get into research, for example, you know, you typically do have to be really the top of your, you know, you have to be a top tier student, you know, for the most part, unless a, you know, professor takes a particular liking to you. And, you know, one of the things that I'm working with him on is that I'm actually going to be writing one of his letters of recommendation, because, you know, he had asked me, and I told him, he asked me could I write it for him, because he's looking to apply to the nursing program at this college, at the university he's at. And I told him, I said, you don't even have to ask me, you know, so, you know, it just kind of comes with it. And for me, you know, I agree exactly what the brother said in the article, because I think a lot of what happens is, I know there's a lot of talk, a lot of folks out here blame boomers for a lot of stuff, but to be real frank, at least in my experience, you know, a lot of the folks that have helped me get to where I'm at have been boomers. I mean, if anything, if I call a lot of flack, it's been a lot of these, it's been probably some cats somewhere in between my age and the boomers' age. If anything, if I call a lot of flack from other folks. So, but typically,
Gen Xers.
Was that
Gen Xers?
Yeah. I would say, if anything, I caught a lot of flack from those cats. It's not been so much the boomers. Like I said, a lot of the boomers I know, the brother that I was talking about that was the retired, Air Force pilot. I mean, he's around the Gomes age. So I mean, he might be he's probably a little older. But this brother was very instrumental in getting me, re-interested in medicine and writing my various letters of recommendation, whether it was for the McNair program, for any program I did, med school, all of that stuff. So it's been very, he's been very beneficial to it, in helping me to get that point, which is why, again, I'm not so keen on, doing the whole, boomers betrayed everybody and, jacked up the game for everyone. I'm not so keen on that because, again, and my story is probably an outlier to an extent, but, a lot of folks that have helped me, at least in my journey, have been boomers. So.
Yeah, I think it's unfair to blame boomers. That's just me. Because if you look at the age of the boomers and look at the climate of what was happening, I think what boomers could have done has already been done, for all intents and purposes. I mean, what were you expecting to do? Carve out a piece of the country and create a Blackistan or something like that? I don't. I just think that some of the expectations are really unrealistic about boomers.
But here's the problem. Even if you had this Blackistan, I think it's pretty easily deduced from some of the conversation that I've heard since I've been coming in this space for the last few months, that a lot of folks just kind of want a lawless space of land where we can kind of do whatever the hell we want to do.
Yeah.
Well, see, this is what I've seen, and just by raising kids and raising millennials, in the parent and the grandparent game. What I've seen is the millennial generation that came up got exposed to a tremendous amount of information. These kids can study pretty good, a lot of them, and they can aggregate, they can put together a lot of information, but taking a lot of that information they have and applying it properly in society to move into areas that it was going to really, really benefit them. That was the connection they didn't make. I think what they assumed from the boomer generation, my generation, you came out of college, you had a degree, you pretty much got a job, and you were pretty much going to you're pretty much on your way. That same exact model that worked for the boomers did not work exactly well for the millennials. And therefore, you came out of school, you got a degree, and it didn't really happen. But where they really had to be was more strategic. And that was the game. Boomers couldn't see that all the way. It was a fast horse. It changed pretty quickly in this information age. And the millennials were kind of assuming that they would make the same kind of moves as their parents did or whatever, and it would work out easily for them. And it didn't really, because the game had changed. So you had to be a bit more strategic in getting, in your education. You had to go into areas that were going to pay a lot more and make it happen for you, which were some of the more challenging fields. And these kids didn't want to put some of that time in it. It was easier to go to get a degree. A lot of these kids could get a degree in history and poli-sci and all that and get high grades and all that. That wasn't where it was at after a while. You had to move into certain other areas. And you had to move into these STEM fields. You had to move into this medical field. You had to move more into healthcare. And that's kind of where everything kind of started to shift. And a lot of the boomers a lot of the boomers who like myself, we saw kind of things shift, and we were kind of telling these kids, some weren't really, it hit these kids really fast, and they didn't prepare themselves. They had a lot of information, but they didn't utilize it properly. That's what I see from a lot of the millennials. Do I hold that against them? No, not really. It was a fast horse. So they had to get up and had to readjust. The bitching and the moaning and the crying that we see is the readjustment and having to really re-educate and really make some different moves that are somewhat difficult. And of course, the education costs and these kind of things that have just gone up high from that they've been saddled with. They've got a lot of, they've got some issues. Armed with more information than any generation in the history of our species, but yet had a difficult time, really synthesizing a lot of that information to really work out the best for them. And it's a complex horse. It's a fast horse. I'm dealing with that right now. So I understand where some of the frustrations come in. And at the end of the day, they can blame you, but they still have to make it on their own, and that's like where my old man says, "Hey man, this is like one man used to say, this is a tough titty to suck, but you got to suck on it. It is what it is," and that's kind of where we are. And
No, I absolutely agree.
yeah, I see a lot of the complaining, but then again, I see millennials who have looked at this thing properly, put this information together pretty nicely, and are making raw power moves. So that's a smaller percentage, but those who have really put it together, they're killing it. They're killing it at levels that I didn't see when I first came out of school. So some of them are. So that's just where we are in this. They'll cry and complain, and then 9 or 10 years down the line, as these Zers come up, then they're gonna have to deal with them and deal with these Z generations. And they're saying, well, the boomers are taking care of me. Grandma and grandpa are the ones whose pockets I'm in. Y'all ain't looking out, and then it's gonna be whole. So the generational war is going to continue to go on. So, but anyway, that's my basic, quick thumbnail sketch from how I've looked at this over the last 30 years with respect to the millennials.
Yeah, here's the interesting thing, because I think this goes back to the article. This brother talking about paying it forward. Again, I've been saying this since the very first panel I came on. And I've had conversation with other brothers where I've told them outright, if you're if you want to go into the medical field, whether you want to be a nurse or physician, look, if you want to be a physician, there's a very specific pathway. If you want to be a nurse, for the most part, there's a very specific pathway. Now there's multiple entries, but even that, they're going to close off the ADN route at some point. And it doesn't matter if the nursing profession itself does it, the industry is doing it. So it doesn't even matter, which is why I tell, brothers that I have talked to offline, if you're going to go this route, you need to be thinking about getting your BSN off back. I know it's kind of hard for a lot of brothers. Was having this conversation yesterday. And again, it's just one of these things that brothers are going to have to understand. Anything you do in the healthcare field, there's an upfront cost you're going to have to pay. It's just how it is. Now, it pays off on the back end, but there is an upfront cost that you're going to have to pay. And I think a lot of brothers don't want to pay that upfront cost. And, and unfortunately, if you do want to get into healthcare, and I do got to see this article. I do want to see this article Mike was talking about, because I don't think black folks really, brothers, but black folks in general do not understand how abysmally low the numbers are of black folks in healthcare. And I'm talking about the folks in the back of the damn office, not the folks sitting in the building, not the folks sitting in the HR, the administration, because no. I'm talking about the folks who actually making real decisions about what happens to you or I when we go into this hospital.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why they hired the new CEO of Partners Healthcare. He got him. They went to Jamaica and got him, or they brought him up from Jamaica.
Well, if anyone's familiar, the CEO, he just passed away like a month or so ago. The CEO of Kaiser Permanente.
Okay.
Was a black man. He just died. The first black CEO. Right now. Yeah, first black man. Well, the first black CEO period of Kaiser Permanente. This black man, he passed away and all. But
hey, Dr. Phoenix. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go right ahead.
No, I just wanted to ask you, do you have any information on the sales side as far as like pharmaceutical sales? And the reason I'm asking, because I have a friend that he started off as a surgical technician. He has a military background as well, but he started off as a surgical technician, and I'm assuming he got approached or he found out about this, but he's in pharmaceutical sales, and he makes a lot of money doing that. And that's, I don't know if that's another area that
it is.
I work that could be myself, so I can tell you that they do make a heck of a lot of money. They just
make
time traveling too.
They make a ton of money. It's kind of the difference between being the illegal drug dealer versus being the legal drug dealer. Yeah. Either way, you can make a lot of money. And I specifically know of a number of nurses who've gotten away from the clinical side of the game because, again, it's always going to be the case, and that's what's happening now in healthcare is that you're seeing a lot of physicians and nurses leave clinical care because, again, after a while you just get burned out because you see so much crazy, especially if you're inpatient, you see just a lot of crazy stuff. And so a lot of folks do go into the pharmaceutical industry. It's a pretty direct pipeline for the most part,
Yeah.
and it's even better when you have clinical background, so someone, a physician or a nurse, you have a pretty direct clinical background. Again, nurses are, they're giving out meds, nurse practitioners are prescribing it. In fact, it's also something that a lot of nurse practitioners, PAs, and physicians do on the side to make money. They do that on the side. A lot of them do. They become pharmaceutical sales reps. They specifically sell specific classes of medications. So, calcium channel blockers or beta blockers or something like that, maybe some type of cardiac medication, whatever the case may be. But the point is that it's a very direct pathway. And most folks I've known that go into pharmaceutical sales, it is not uncommon to see these folks making 200 plus. Not uncommon at all.
Yep. But they stay traveling though, I can tell you that much.
Yeah.
They never,
You
never
live out of hotels.
yeah, they never idle. They never idle.
Yeah, it's a good, like I say, the younger you are, and you get into this game, this is why I preach this, for brothers who are like, in their teens, you're in your 17, 18, any of the really young brothers that are listening. The earlier you get into this game, man, and the more clinical experience you can build up early in your life, the better your career and money-making opportunities will be, which is why I preach to brothers, if you're going to be a nurse, you need to think about going all the way. Because on top of that, you have another job in the pharmaceutical industry, MSLs, medical science liaisons. Average starting salary I've seen for these folks, 140 coming up out of doctorate. And if you have a very specific background in a type of medicinal therapy or organ system, you can potentially make even more coming out back. Usually within 2-3 years, most folks become like a manager, easily making over 200 grand a year, easy.
Yep. I see them. I see them at work all the time. They see some of the salaries. But I've been privy to 135 to 155K. It's not uncommon, and that's up here in the north.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm glad you're gonna hit this up because this goes to something I've been preaching from day one. Because I mean, even just in line with this, how to get more. I've been trying my best to get more brothers interested in the fields of healthcare because, I think because of the cost to get in up front is typically somewhat high. It is an investment. A lot. It kind of deters a lot of brothers away, but more importantly, I think when it comes to getting into these careers, a lot of it requires really that initial success in those courses, those pre-nursing courses, pre-med courses. For the most part, if you do a pre-med background, you pretty much done a pre-nursing background for the most part. They're just only thing different that nursing usually kind of makes you might take maybe a couple extra psychology courses or something like that, and maybe a nutrition, definitely a nutrition course or two. But for the most part, doing well in those initial courses is generally the barrier for a lot of Black folks to get into these professions. But definitely something, like I said, you talk about on Saturday, definitely I will be there to talk about that. So
yeah, stuff that we want to go over, like prolactin and testosterone levels and other areas of cholesterol and stuff like that. One of the other things that struck me in this article was actually, let me go back down to it. I think no. Yeah, here it is right here. Yeah, this last line. If you ever played for me, you have a clear understanding of what an engineer is, and he's not some nerd who can play ball and doesn't listen to hip hop. Very interesting. And this goes back to this whole Steve Urkel image of black male intelligence, right? Or at least black male achievement. That this is somehow sellout brother, you know, with 2 American flags. You know, the Ku Klux Klan brought gifts to his grandmother, and when he was in Virginia. Just really
West Virginia. When he was in West Virginia, he'll never live this down. He will go to his grave with this on him, man. That was one of the worst statements ever said by a black man in this country. But anyway,
are you guys talking about what's his name? The football player.
Oh no, this isn't no football. He got a football head, but not a football.
Okay.
Ouch.
Oh shit.
He has a gig for RT now. He's in the manosphere though.
Okay.
Oh. Oh no, I gotta go mute.
No, he that image of this sellout black male. He's Steve Urkel, big bifocals, real clumsy. This stereotype has this image has really destroyed the public branding, the global branding of black men for a long time, man. I don't know, and to this very day, we still can't live it down. Thanks to Jalil White and Regina King, whatever her name is, man, who behind Family Matters, man. What a disgusting stereotype of black men in that space. But this brother really hit the nail on the head, an understanding of what an engineer is, and he's not some nerd who can't play ball and doesn't listen to hip hop. I just think that needs to be emphasized. I don't know any black man in tech right now that I've run into that doesn't listen to some form of hip hop or even something that's alternative like EDM. A lot of cats I run into, they listen to some different sort of tunes when they're coding and whatnot, man. So I don't know.
But that's also a stereotype of supposedly the nerd. I know a very strong IT guy right now. And he goes to Fifth Avenue Barbell. It's actually in the city. I've been there a couple of times. I know who this brother is. He's swole, very strong, tough guy, great coder, great technical skills, immense amount of knowledge, very nerdy. But would you look at him and say this is an IT guy? This guy doesn't look like that. But he definitely is a nerdy guy. Just except that he works out hard and he's exceedingly strong in the gym. And you wouldn't mess with this dude. So I'm just saying, you've got that out there. So you got these stereotypes that are not entirely accurate.
It's disgusting, man. It's really disgusting. Teron Beckham, I shout out to him, man, on YouTube, man. He's a full nerd, works out.
What's his name?
Teron Beckham. He's Odell Beckham's cousin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Taron, yeah. I know him. He's swole, man. That dude looks that dude's swole, bro.
He's legit. He's a nerd, man, and he's into the tech. So I hear things like that, man. I think that some people who try to push the stereotype never really been in these circles before. Even now, like our subscriber, like the views in the chat, the people who are in the chat, I see some other channels just talking about nothing, and there's 2,000 people in there or 200 people in there, something like that. And it's like, I think there's a disconnect between what people think they know versus what they actually know, and they never really been in these circles. And so when they come across, brothers like this one in the article, and even members of the Brain Trust or just the channel of the Brain Trust, they have a very difficult time in how they engage us. They have a really difficult time, and I think after a while it starts to really ignore them, annoy them because they're still trying to figure out, how do I receive said black male? I'm not supposed to like you as a female. I'm not supposed to like you, but I'm also not going to respect you either. So I'm going to, I'm going to get indignant with you.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it is unfortunately the fault of black males, because black men have not valued the idea of just being intelligent and being forward thinking, forward thinkers, excuse me. And unfortunately, black men seem to pursue professions that automatically get them female attention, notoriety. Like we talk about healthcare, I talk about healthcare all the time. And I don't think brothers understand the ratio of men to women in healthcare. And I'm sure if you talk to Super Trez, he would tell you something similar. Dude, it is not brothers always talking about quote good looking women. If you want some good looking women, go into healthcare. There ain't no shortage of good looking women that go be in your face in these schools, in these programs, and they choose. They choose so heavily. Because everyone, this kind of goes to what we was talking about the other day, Mike, with the mental health hangout. And we was talking about why you see white men behave the way they behave, and this is why when you get brothers in these spaces, brothers that have become physicians, brothers that have went to PA school, went to these CRNA school, nurse practitioner school, they know that stuff isn't easy. You don't just walk into those professions. We're not about to hand you $100,000 a year plus job. They know that the brothers that got there really know their shit. And again, and I think what happens with a lot of black women, that is very intimidating. Is when you get
and you are hitting it right on the head right there, because I know brothers who are in that healthcare field right now who are moving into, who are kind of in that medical game and all that. And boy, they are inundated with women. And that's pretty much all that's there. I mean, I was at my doctor's on the 15th, December. I was getting a checkup and all that. And I first saw a PA. And this PA, I think she was just out of school, maybe about 3 or 4 years. She was bad. And I'm like, look at all these, these chicks are looking, they're looking real good. So if you're a brother in that field,
26-year-old PA.
Yeah. I mean, she was bad. She was bad. She was like, oh, look at, let's check her out. You must work out and all that. I was like, I sure do work out. Do you work out? I'm like, damn, she was fly. She was definitely fly, no question about it. And you see a lot of them in the field. I'm just saying it's good to see that. But if you're a brother, man, and you got your act together and you're in that game, I think it's endless. I think you're around endless women who are who look very good and are educated. And of course, they're of all different types of persuasions. You're terribly on. If you're a doctor or you are yourself or a PA or nurse practitioner or something like that, you're on, man. You're on.
I would say this much, because I'm looking at the chat and I see Jesus doesn't agree with me. He should come up and tell me why I'm some BS.
A hater, man, a hater.
No, I'll say this much. If you doubt it, man, go into a hospital and look when you see one of these dudes, especially if you're a brother, he's like a physician or PA or NP, because there's like I said, we're definitely the anomaly. We're the anomaly. And watch how those women behave around those kinds of guys. Just watch how they behave. Very nice, very cordial, some soft choosing happening. It happens. I'm telling you, as a guy who's I'm probably more of an academic than anything else. And I'm telling you, I've gone to plenty of goddamn research conferences, man. Black females looking at me sideways, give me the bug eye or whatever. And, next thing I know, I got like 5 or 6, non-black women in my face asking me about my project. Then all of a sudden, one black female starts to trickle in, then maybe 2, then maybe 3 more. And that's how it always happens.
Yeah.
But this is if I can add right fast, this is why I kind of preach younger kids or whoever I talk to or whatever, and I kind of let them know, you know, you ain't got to lose your identity and where you from. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, I know I've said this on your platform before, but yeah, I got gold teeth in my mouth. It probably wasn't a great decision at the time when I got it done, but I mean, I'm accepted in these spaces without losing my identity at the end of the day. And I don't know, that's just the way I see it, you know. I mean, as long as you got the knowledge and the background and the certifications and everything you need to succeed, you can get in this game and make this paper, you know.
You can do very well. I'm my oldest daughter, her godfather, Dr. Stone. He's down south. He's down south now. A really critical dude. I remember when he was up here doing his residency over in Jacoby, and then going over to Montefiore and all that. And you know, and he became a vascular surgeon, and you know, very very good friend of mine, fraternity brother as well, and all that kind of stuff. But you know, I just remember just hanging out with him a little bit, and then I'd be at the hospital, and he'd be you know, he was doing his surgical rounds, and you know, and he was just kind of you know just hanging out and rolling around, and I just used to look at all the nurses and stuff, and they were all over Stoney, they were all over, you know, and it was pretty funny just because he was a brother, and you know, and here you are, big New York City hospital, and then you head down to Presby. He was down there for a bit, and it was he was the flavor. And was he butter laid? Highly butter laid, beautiful hands. You know, and you know, that micro and that vascular surgery, this guy was something else. You know, I remember one time we were playing basketball on the basketball court. The kid got hit in the eye and he got a cut, and he Stone just
It's
stitched
not
it up
often
right
you
there on
see
the court.
it's not often you see a vascular surgeon that's black.
Oh no, beautiful hands, beautiful.
It is not often
Beautiful.
you see a vascular
Beautiful.
surgeon that's black. Most
Beautiful
of your
hands.
black medical doctors are typically primary care.
Yeah, but this dude's surgeon, and, you know, and my boy Stoney, he let's put him like he kicking it. He kicking it. You know, he's upwards of $5 million and more a year. You know how that's going down. But anyway,
I do want to
you know, he was terribly on. That's all I can say. Did he have a unique skill? Yeah, he certainly did. Certainly does.
Jesus said, he said, I guess some gamma quadrant. You're left with a lot of single divorce hand me down. I don't know about that, brother. And the reason I tell you I don't know about that, you gotta, and this is kind of, I think, part of this discussion. Like I said, I'm sure when Mike talks about it, you know, I think this needs to get talked about. There's very much a dichotomy. There are two separate worlds in nursing. So you got the world of the folks, and you know, no offense to the folks who went down this path. You got the folks who did the ADN route, those are community college folks, your technical school folks. Then you got the folks like myself who just went straight into a BSN program. There's a big dichotomy between those two worlds. The folks who typically go straight into a BSN, these typically tend to be sort of your trust fund babies, the folks whose parents were doctors and physicians and lawyers and stuff like that. Because those programs tend to be considered, those BSN programs, specifically the ones at your four-year institutions, tend to be considered, those are sort of your elite nursing programs, even just in the general sense, even once you start to subdivide that among some of the elite nursing schools like Columbia, Emory, NYU, what's the other? Some of the other ones, Yale, Duke, so stuff like that. UCLA. So yeah. So, and I say that to say because there is a huge difference. There is a huge dichotomy. So the women you will find, quote, you're more likely to find your single mamas and your baby mamas in your ADN programs. That's just a fact. You know, you typically are gonna find typically the folks you find in your BSN programs are generally gonna be the kids that generally came from the pretty good backgrounds. These are gonna be your kids. This is their first rodeo in college. You know, they got in on the first go. It is what it is. Mommy and daddy, you know, mommy and daddy were a lawyer or doctor or something like that, because you get a, yeah, because it happens a lot. It happens all the time. A lot of student nurses I've met who parents were physicians and attorneys and engineers and stuff like that. So they already come from very highly educated backgrounds to begin with. So and that typically plays over, which is why when I talk to brothers, I preach to brothers about going straight into the BSN, because you get introduced to a different world of nursing. Is more of an academic. It's not just a clinical, but it's more of a clinical researcher, scientist type of world you get introduced to as a BSN, because those programs prepare you to go on to get a PhD or you get a doctorate, or whatever it is you want to do. So, there is a dichotomy, and like I said, that's my personal take on it, but that's typically what I've seen in my time. So,
Can you address Dr. Phoenix? Can you address Gabe? Not Gabe. Jesus' comment about met a physician at North General Hospital in Harlem with dusty cornrows.
you know what? I have met a physician with cornrows. It was actually at Wayne State University in Detroit. This brother he was an interesting flavor. I mean, he was like a Gen Xer, probably on the older end of the Gen Xer generation. But this brother had some cornrows. So I've seen some interesting looking physicians.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I think he's talking about a female though.
A female?
Yeah, I think yeah. See, I think the problem with
I
Ejisa, man,
don't typically. I don't. I've never met a female physician with cornrows. I mean, obviously they got very nice yaks, because
I,
again, you can afford to spend
I
$1,000,
have I happen
$2,000
I
on a
happen
nice
to know
yak.
one. I happen to know one. I hope he's not talking about the same woman, but I happen to know.
yeah, but I
See
think
how I am? Serious.
yeah, I think he watches too much Married to Medicine or something like that. He's expecting some weaved out chick to be in the physician role, man. I don't know, man.
Look, I don't want to make this as a black men against black women thing, but I do think this needs to be said. I I've seen videos over the summer of black females graduating from medical school twerking on stage.
Yeah, I've seen
I've
it.
seen that too.
I don't even want to get into it because
Yeah,
I
but
know of
I
one.
would say, even if you did watch a show like that, I would say, is that representative of all black females? No, but it's a
No,
representative of a lot of the younger ones you might see.
yes,
Yeah, I'll probably say, yeah, they're young. There's a bit of ratchetness there. I would not disagree necessarily with that. However, I've never personally met a black female physician that had cornrows. I have met a brother that was a physician with cornrows. It was the interesting thing ever, because I couldn't believe it. I saw the
I've seen a lot of stuff go down. So
so I'll say that, but I'll just say that I you do have to understand, and I think Josh said it correctly a little while ago. You don't have to lose your identity to be in these professions. You
you
know,
really don't.
you don't have to, and certainly for black men, it is very imperative that you keep that black masculine identity, because again, that's ultimately, believe it or not, it as much as we hear talk these days about, the Me Too stuff, women do tend to gravitate, especially when you're in these kinds of field industries. Women do tend to gravitate towards that, towards masculine, very masculine black men in these fields. That's why I was saying what I was saying earlier. But to something Gabe said, you have to understand something, and his wife is in healthcare, so I'm sure she could tell him. Most of the folks you run into in the hospital are usually women. We're talking like 2/3 of the people in a clinical setting, most are going to be women. When you start to subdivide those groups, then you start to get those discrepancies in numbers between what are the men and women doing. Yeah, but as a whole, most of the folks, the predominant gender within the healthcare industry tend to be women, certainly in the hospital setting. So I would just say, it's certainly plausible, and yeah, but there's just no escaping that if you're in the healthcare field like me. Like I said, I've been, that's just how it is. Yeah.
And the reason I say that, I said that earlier, and I just want to clarify, is because I've heard statements said that oh, I'm a sellout. I'm working for the white man, and or you got to conform and all that shit, and that kind of pisses me off at a certain point, because I know who I am. I know I ain't. I'm just out here getting this money just like everybody else, and I don't know.
Bro,
That's just
I just want to ask you a question. Those guys that were saying that to you, what were they into?
what, nothing. So
Okay.
I mean, I get exactly what you're finna say, but I don't know. It just pissed me off for the moment, and I just thought about it when you guys were saying that. So
Yeah, you have a lot of people who want to try to pass judgment and say various things, but when you kind of check out what they're into, they're not doing much, man. I'm just, my old man used to always say, consider the source, and the older I've gotten, the more true that has become.
It's ironic because in my neck of the woods, I was just looking at a job posting for genetics, for a clinical geneticist that was for a nurse practitioner, clinical geneticist, and it was at the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute.
I'm not too far away from them, the FCI.
Yeah, and and they were starting out at about 160. So.
Yeah.
And and I put that out there because I came across this listing maybe about a day or two ago, and and I say this to say, look, I've certainly heard it in my time. Hell, I just heard it probably maybe about a few days ago. I was at an event I was speaking at, and I got into it with some older lady. She got really upset because I'm trying to explain to her, why is it taking, she couldn't understand, well, why they can't just give me my health records, and it's like, well, it's not quite that simple now. And she's blaming the nurses and the physicians. It's like, well, their hands are tied. They can request, but they just can't outright just give you your records off the bat just because you ask. There's a process you have to go through. And I'm trying to help her understand it, and she just kept cutting me off. And I say that to say that, and it ultimately ended with her saying like, well, you just been educated by some white folks, and it was just like that. And yeah, and I say this to say like, look, I do what I do because I do like helping people, and I do want to give back to Black people. But I kid you not, man. Black folks make this shit so fucking hard sometimes. They it really do. Because when you have to fight your own people just to try to get them to understand some very fundamental concepts, it's just like, this is why you get so many folks who do get into these professions, and a lot of them kind of turn their backs. Because you have to fight people, especially if you're in healthcare, man. If you're in healthcare, man, every nigga on the fucking corner want to challenge you. You done spend 8, 9, 10, 14 years of your life going to school for stuff to learn these skills and learn this, to get the knowledge, and everybody is a goddamn street corner scholar.
Oh yeah.
And and I just say that to say, again, I still enjoy what I do. Like I said, I do a lot of stuff on the side. I don't get paid for it. I do it out the goodness of my heart. Even the couple brothers that I have that I mentor, here in my city, I've taken them with me a couple of times to just some health fairs that I've done. I teach these brothers everything from how to use a stethoscope, how to do a basic, physical, and so again, I put my license out there, put it on the line, so they can learn some skills that when it comes time for them to write their personal statement to get into these programs, they'll be able to talk about these things. Also, more importantly, when I write their letters of recommendation, they also see me backing them up within that statement. So, again, this is one of the things that I do, but one of the ways that I try my best, to try to pay it forward and, come back and try to give it back to Black males. But again, I think one of the things that needs to be said is that this is not for everyone. It really isn't. Everyone cannot be within XYZ field. I don't expect that to be the case, and I don't expect that everyone is going to automatically. I'm not going to say they don't have the aptitude for this, but it's really not even about aptitude. To be successful in these programs, it is consistency and discipline, and really, discipline is nothing more than consistency.
You will go without relationships. In my experience, that's just the way it is. If you're really dedicated to what you're trying to do, you're not going to be chasing tail. It's just not going to happen.
I absolutely agree, man. Like I said, I think, you're more likely to meet someone in that same field. Certainly if you're in healthcare, man, there's so much damn fraternization. You're more likely to meet someone within that same field as you, as opposed to just meeting someone through another outside source, which is why, I agree with something that was said, I've heard on a video years ago by a woman who goes by the name Princeton Mom, who said that the best time for folks to get together is during those collegiate years. She said specifically for women, that is the optimal time in their life where they're going to meet men who can, who best fit those qualities that they can, build something with and forge long lasting relationships with.
Exactly. And I think that's I think that's true even in the IT field. Although the women there are not as they're not as they're not as glamorous, so to speak. So you're kind of dealing with people at the at an exceptional level. So you're not going to get a Sierra or Megan Thee Stallion. That's just not going to happen in that area. So you're kind of going for people that's going to be of your best interest.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Like I said, this is one of these deals where actually it kind of reminds me, because I did read that article you emailed me yesterday last night, but I was actually reading that article earlier in the day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, about the physician. Yeah, I was reading that. That's a wild. That's some. Yeah, yeah. That one requires a little bit of dissecting. But yeah, I was reading that article. But I do say this much. For brothers, I know brothers do prefer men in general tend to prefer environments where men are predominant. And again, there's a whole bunch of craziness going on out here, the Me Too thing and stuff like that. But I would typically say this much about, especially in the realm of healthcare, given what you wanted to talk about. I think was it Saturday you said?
Yeah. I just wanted to focus on a couple of things. But
Yeah. No, because I think it's really important, because as much as we talk about this, I don't think I don't think Black people truly have a grasp of just how low our representation is in these fields. And I'm not talking about the folks sitting at the damn front desk, some little hood rat sitting at the receptionist desk. I'm talking about the folks who make decisions on what happens to your mama when your mama has a damn stroke, or when your dad has had a goddamn heart attack, or one of you, somebody is on a ventilator, and whatever. But I think that needs to be really really talked about. I think that's such an important conversation, because I think despite all these conversations about, oh, here's some opportunities here, here's why we need to be here, because
right.
because the opportunities are, it's not that they're just wide open, but they're just so few of us. And one of the things Black folks are always complaining about, I don't give a damn what side of the fence you find yourself on, Black folks are always complaining about, went into the hospital, these folks ignored me, they didn't listen to me. Again, you're not gonna change. You're not even gonna make a dent in how you receive care, or whether or not you get the standard of care, until you make it a priority to put more people like yourself in those positions.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus, she's crazy. Jesus, crazy, man.
Yeah. When he had his dreads, man, he used to yam him out.
Well, no, I agree, Gabe. No, they're not mutually exclusive. But again, you're more likely to meet meet folks who best share your values in those environments. You know, you're not gonna be a brother in engineering school and think you're gonna run into some damn hood rat in the mall and think you and her gonna have the same path or even want the same thing out of life. But you're more likely to find that, you know, that young lady that, I don't know, maybe she is in nursing school or you know, whatever program she's in, that while you're in the engineering program, that you and her will get together and find out you have a hell of a lot more in common than you have that are dissimilar. So I would just say that much. So no, I do agree with you in that regard, but I mean, I think it just comes down really to numbers.
Are you referring to Gabe's comment?
Yeah. He was saying you could be in a relationship and be on a successful journey. Yeah, but again, if you look at the dynamics of what happens, you know, if he would have asked his wife, all of her white non-black friends, ask them where did they meet their partner. 9 times out of 10, they met them while they were in college.
Right.
So proximity do breeds likeness in this case. So
yeah, I agree with that 100%. I think that a lot of people are just using an exception to swallow the rule. Most of my guy friends that are very successful in IT are married to non-black women. So they met them, in proximity in their location, right? And either during undergrad or during the internship or in the workplace. So they're not these guys who are running around at the club turning up and then going to work the next day. It's not that's not a different demographic of people.
Yeah, but I think even to make it even more relatable, you look at a lot of these athletes, these pro athletes, 9 times out of 10, the ones that they're probably with women before they went pro, they usually met those women while they were in college. Or if they were pro and met those women, they typically met them at get-togethers. Why? Because they stack these women at get-togethers. Because again, if you're in proximity to it, you're most likely going to be attracted to it.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean that's just kind of how it is. That just kind of sort of really basic biology. You kind of gravitate to that which you're in proximity to.
Right.
So yeah, I think that's pretty much all I had to say in that regard. So unless you wanted to say something else, because
no, I'm gonna shut it down now. Yeah, thank you all for joining us, man. Please hit the like button if you've not already done so. Share the video if possible. Also hit that notification bell so you get all the updates from the Black Brain Trust, including those posted on the community tab. Document in the description beneath the video for you to follow along with and reference. If you are trying to get into IT for the first time and are looking for mentorship, we do offer IT mentorship. If you are trying to go from one IT role to the next, we do offer IT coaching. If you have a resume or some salary questions about negotiations, we do offer assistance in that area. If you are in the tri-state area and looking for IT contract work, Nagona 11 does have recs on the table for those who apply for it.
Yeah.
Shalom.